Okay, we're back with more Terraria, and I got some splaining to do. My last week was really bad as far as real life stuff goes, so I kind of needed a mental health support game. Some people might know what I'm talking about when I say that. That was old school RuneScape for about the last year, but I've gotten to the point in that game where the only remaining content is ultra high intensity, difficult shit. So I kind of used Terraria as my chill out game for the last week. I don't think that I experienced any significant content that would be a bummer to have missed on stream. In fact, I think when you see what I did, you'll go, I'm really glad that you did that off stream and didn't make us watch it for like 3 weeks in a row. I'm going to get around to showing you what that stuff is, but there's a pirate invasion that's been active since last Saturday. It turns out you can't cancel a pirate invasion without defeating it, and I didn't want to do the pirate invasion off stream. So it's been active since Saturday, and I've just been doing stuff underground all weekend in order to avoid it. I'm going to clear it out, and then I'll go through and show you the stuff that I haven't done. So give me a sec. They're already here. They already killed the guide. They already killed the merchant. I haven't fought these guys. This is brand new to me. I've obviously expanded my house a bit, but let me try to deal with these guys as much as I can. Okay, they're not too hard to kill. I don't know, like, the goblin invasion is really nasty because they have like a, they have this summoner that just wrecks you constantly. Got paint on me. Let me get some dirt or something. Do they even have attacks that shoot through blocks? Because if not, I feel like I'm just gonna build a thing here and shoot them from behind cover over and over. It's a pirate captain. This seems to be working pretty well. I am a little concerned that I don't have enough ammo for this though, because my merchant is dead. Hey, leave her alone. Stop that. Yeah, I'll work on that later today. Haven't built anything that would be brand new, so as to avoid spoiling myself in any of that content. I've only been doing stuff that I've had access to over the past week, so. This seems to work pretty well compared to the goblins. Looks like killing the captain sends a ghost at you, but other than that, none of them seem to be able to attack through walls. Might run out of arrows, we'll see. Hey, the demolitionist is... Oh, wait, maybe he's been here the whole time. Okay, never mind. He's just throwing bombs in his own room. Golden bathtub. Seriously, a drop? Ow. I got a little pirate parrot. That's cute. Yeah, so this has been active on my surface since Saturday. I've just gotten around it by staying underground as much as possible. I had a couple solar eclipses trigger, but I didn't want to experience that content off stream, so I avoided them by just going underground and waiting until they ended. So I'm excited to actually see what a solar eclipse entails. Also, I'd occasionally get the pop-up for the last mechanical boss to spawn. I looked it up, and apparently you can just log off and log back in, and it negates the spawn, so I had to do that a couple times. I guess since this is pretty dull here, just shooting these guys, I can start to explain what's changed. I built a farm there, as you can see, an herb farm and a tree farm a little bit further up. And I've been more or less trying to harvest it over the past week or so. So I've got a decent store of wood and herbs now. Those use planter boxes, which I think are relatively new to the game. They work similarly to platforms, which is cool. You can just kind of jump through them. So that was fun to set up. The tree farm has been pretty useful. I feel like having it connected to the building is pretty nice. The condo is still as tall as it was before, but I added a second tower to it. Probably going to end up demolishing the upper half eventually, but right now I have the tree farm connected to it. I'm trying to avoid having floating structures sitting around. I added quite a few more chests to my organization. What the fuck is that? It's a boss bar all of a sudden. Oh my god! What? That's pretty cool. Oh, don't go outside. Okay. Today I learned. Going outside is bad. Jeez, shoot it from here fairly safely. It's pretty cool, this giant pirate ship. I dig that. There's a lot of cool stuff in this game. Spawning enough pirates that I don't know if I'm gonna be able to kill them all. I'm definitely gonna run out of ammo. I guess I probably have some magic ammo that I can dip into. I've just been using regular arrows because I have the upgrade for that. Oh, okay. So each of the different cannons has a health bar. That's kind of cool. I see. Oh, it's the Flying Dutchman. That's cute. The main thing that I did that took the bulk of the work over the last week was oh no, it's leaving. To leave forever or just come back? I guess we'll see. The main thing that took the bulk of the work was expanding my horizontal tunnel. I went through and set up block backgrounds to keep enemies from spawning down there, which has been really helpful. I know there was some uncertainty as to whether it actually worked that way. Okay, here we go. Totally hitting me from up here. This is pretty nasty. At least I'm not hitting other bullshit the whole time, though. So I expanded my horizontal tunnel and then I built surface shafts up from the whole tunnel so I can access the surface safely. Added ropes to all of them too. I'm hoping it's going to make it so that if I die, since I'm a medium core character, it'll be a little bit less stressful to recover my stuff. I'll be able to go through a mostly safe tunnel. God, I think I got the drops, I don't know. Golden chest, that's cool. Oh god, there's another one. Okay, so fighting the ship is not a prerequisite for beating the level, apparently. Got it. I thought maybe that ship spawned at some preset point during the invasion and you had to destroy it to end it. Looks like that is not the case. Ship has the best loot. Does that make sense? Pirates have been defeated. Walk the plank. The merchant has arrived. Hopefully he doesn't get immediately killed by this. The remaining pirates here. Wow, that's a lot of money. Okay. Cool. I gotta review what the hell I just got. I might leave this stupid looking dirt thing here in case we get another one of those. Hot diggity. Okay, I don't think I left too much stuff out over on this side. So they drop a lot of gold furniture, it looks like. Buccaneer bandana. Okay, let me sort through this. Let me look through the stuff we just got, and then I need to go through the changes from last week. So it looks like we got sailor pants, a buccaneer bandana, golden bathtub, golden candelabra, golden chair, golden chandelier, golden chest. That would be cool as like an important item chest. Let's throw that right there. Golden lamp, golden platform, golden sink, pirate deckhand. I'll just go ahead and... I guess I should probably do the presents event because I assume that expires somewhat soon. Let's go here, I guess. Let me deposit all this junk really quick. Got vanity. Okay. Hey, the guide's back too. That wasn't so bad. Got a paint chest down here. Okay, so, like I said, the main thing I've done, and you're glad I didn't do this on stream, I expanded my horizontal tunnel throughout the whole world. I set up all the blocks so that they're hay blocks, and I made a hay background for all of it, which does a pretty good job of preventing enemies from spawning anywhere when I'm in the tunnel. They still do occasionally harass you if you're in, like, the Crimson, where they can move through blocks, but it's pretty safe. I painted it into multiple sections. I made shafts to the surface that are like every, I think, 400 blocks, just so I have easy ways to get to everywhere in the world. And in the process of doing this, I did not explore any of the caves on that shaft build. I would just go straight up, build the walls, and ignore anything that was around there. So there's potentially a ton of ore, a ton of chests, cool things to do there that I haven't checked out. So my main elevator's here. Turns out, I know we were talking about is the unicorn faster than the minecart? And the answer is yes, but it's still useful to have a minecart track here just because I can kind of AFK on it. Once you get to max speed, you can let off the keyboard and it just moves. But it's about 10 miles an hour slower than the unicorn. Okay, I got these vertical shafts pointed upward throughout here. I've got it fully lamped out. I previously had some doors set up in order to, like, quarantine enemies as I was traveling through it. Oh, isn't that a rare enemy? Shit, I've never seen that before, so let me try to fight that really quick. Hollowed Mimic. Oh, shit! I think that's happened to me before. Okay. Illuminate Hook. Oh! Is it just an upgrade to my hook? That's kind of cool. What's up with this fairy? It's got a really long range. That's pretty sweet. Awesome. Lucky. I should add some doors here in case I need to exit. If I want to repaint these every time. Alright, fairy's heading down to something down there. One sec. Like I said, any of the shafts I've built that separate out from the main tunnel, I've not explored. I just dug them without paying attention to where it was going. So, like, this is down here. I've never been down here. Layers, throwing knives, cool. In the process of digging that tunnel, that obviously took a super long time. So I did kill any enemies that I ran into that I couldn't avoid in the tunnel, and that resulted in quite a few drops that I hadn't found before. But I don't think any of them were interesting. I certainly didn't fight any bosses, do any events, really encounter any significant new content that I hadn't seen on stream before. It was just the equivalent of farming content, you know. One thing that did happen, unfortunately, there was a red heart here that was in the path of my mine, and I was trying to dig around it and just leave it there, but I accidentally broke it, and that was enough to spawn the Crimson boss. So as soon as it spawned, I quit out, despawning it. I didn't fight that off stream, but if I want to fight another one, I'm gonna have to break 3 hearts instead of just one more. Have up to 3 hooks attached at the time. Oh, that's cool. Whoa! I didn't even try hitting it multiple times. That's freaking awesome. When did they come up with multi-hooks? Like, I think when I played, you just had that one basic grappling hook, so you can use that to quickly climb. Isn't that a useful thing? I think I ran into this a couple times when I was digging my tunnel. Strange plant. I got a couple of those, but I don't know what they do, so I guess we'll find out today. Still need to paint these shafts. It'll be more mental health support over the next week. As my real life circumstances haven't significantly improved. But yeah, I mean, you kind of get the idea. There's just a very, very long horizontal tunnel here. I've color-coded the different sections in 400-foot blocks, so I can kind of keep track of where I am. Should make it a lot easier if I die to get back to my stuff, mostly safely, especially since I have ropes going down the entire shaft, so fall damage shouldn't be as much of a stressor. I'm going to go ahead and ride the minecart the rest of the way back while I try to think about anything else I may have missed here. Yeah, I wasn't able to dig through the jungle temple because I think people were saying last week that I'm gonna eventually get the ability to dig through the jungle temple, but it's super late in the game, so I had to build around it. Skeletron has a multi-hook. Oh, okay. That's cool. I got an item called a double hook. I have a chest that's off-stream items that I obtained. And it's a pretty full chest because it's mostly just from the mobs that were spawning while I was building this ridiculous tunnel. But one of the things that dropped, I killed a bunch of those golden mimics that would just spawn, and I think it's called a double hook. I didn't try to use it. Whenever I got one of those items to drop, I just immediately warped back and dropped it in the off-stream chest so I can experience those and react to them here blind. Dual hook is a multi-hook, but less good than the one I just got. Oh, okay. Well, I'll take it. Still lucky. It turns out there's just enough dyes. I guess I could do a couple more colors, but you know, I didn't plan this out based on the dye count. I just decided to break it up into an arbitrary 400-foot set of chunks. And I think my tunnels are wide enough. I might have to adjust them a little bit, but if I ever get around to trying to purify the surface at least, I think I should be able to purify everything above this level. So here the minecart's nice because I have to kind of navigate around the chlorophyll there and the other junk. Yeah, I have no idea what's in a lot of these side tunnels. I think I passed by some pretty attractive ore. I did 0 ore collection. I don't think I got any adamantite at all, or titanium. I just collected whatever was in the path of my tunnels, basically, and left the rest of it alone. Most of these are pretty comparable. The ocean ones, oh man, this thing's really nice. Ocean one I had to do a little bit differently to keep it from draining the entire ocean. Cool. Yeah, so that's the main tunnel. That's how it looks. Something I might do for therapeutic purposes is trying to flatten the surface, but that would probably take like dozens of hours, and I don't know if I care that much. This should make the stream quite a bit easier, though. So let's look through the stuff that I collected off stream. I did place this cake. I think I got 2 of these cakes last episode, I want to say. I think I have another one somewhere. I don't remember where I put it. But somebody pointed out, oh, there it is. Somebody pointed out, ooh, piece of cake. I didn't realize it could be placed. So I placed it, and what it does is when you use it, it gives you this 2-minute movement and mining speed buff. So that's kind of cool. I reshaped the nurse's room so that I could reach her from my spawn point. Previously, she was 1 tile too low, so I couldn't use her for boss fights, which is kind of annoying. Here's the off-stream chest. So, oops. I guess let me deposit all my junk so I can take all this out and play with all of it. I haven't used any of it yet. Go ahead and put this old hook in the reject pile. Death chest. Okay, so I got a deadly poison staff from, I think that's from killing a recluse. I haven't used this. Okay. So I assume that poisons enemies when it hits them. See if there's just a regular, like, possessed armor out here or something I can use it on. Probably should carry all of these with me when I go to test this. Come on, really? I'm not gonna get any enemies? Yeah, it's pretty nice. Hits a bunch of times. Although, unfortunately, it looks like the poison effect is kind of weak. So, I guess I just haven't used magic all game, and I sort of assumed that I would need to have a bunch of things to help with mana regen, but I noticed that after I killed those enemies, they both dropped mana regen items. Is that just a thing that happens when your mana's below max? Maybe it's less difficult than I thought it was going to be. Alright, well, that's a cool staff. Let's see what else we got here. Deadly Frost Staff. I think this dropped from one of those ice elementals. That's kind of cool. Or the Icy Merman. Godly Magic Dagger. This probably was from a Mimic. Oh, it's kind of cool. So is it technically a... Oh, it's a magic weapon. Interesting. Kind of behaves like a ranged weapon. Whenever you're below max mana, enemies have a chance of dropping magic stars. Okay. That's cool. This Crimson Rod dropped automatically when I broke that part by accident. It was not a boss drop. It dropped from the heart itself. Causes a bleeding rain cloud that does damage. That's pretty neat. May as well just take all of these out. One second. It's a lot of crap. Alright. Zealous Chain Guillotines. You know, I don't know what this dropped from. Maybe this was from a Mimic chest underground? It's pretty cool, though. I think it counts as a melee weapon, right? And it's really, really fast and shoots multiple of them at a time. Does this work similar to the harpoon where it, like, comes back to you? Oh, God. Sandstorm seems bad. If you're standing right next to something, potentially a very good weapon. Cool. Okay, Shadow Flame Knife. I did have a Goblin Invasion that I just did, and I think this dropped from one of the summoners. Wait, is that melee damage? Really? That's pretty decent range for a melee weapon. I guess they kind of have a problem, don't they, where, like, it's really hard to avoid damage if you're playing this game true melee, so you kind of need tools like this to take advantage of melee gear. Amarok, looks like it's a yo-yo, which might be neat to try to do a yo-yo build at some point. Javelins, these things just drop from the Centurion soldier guys underground. Wizard Hat, so this is kind of cool. I was kind of bummed. I killed him by accident, but I think it was a rare spawn underground. The joke that his name was Tim. It gave me an achievement. Some call him Tim, like Monty Python. So that was neat. Magic Hat. So one thing that I did... Blackbeard the Pirate has arrived. Is it an NPC? No shit. Is that for having completed the pirate invasion? Let me check that out really quick. I can find where the heck they spawned. Oh, they spawned in the house. Okay. Some call me Tim? What in blazes are you talking about? Moby Dick is mine. Cannon, cannonball, pirate hat, pirate shirt, pirate pants. Sail and bunny cannon can be placed. Okay, that's kind of cool. We're gonna try to do NPC happiness at some point today, later on. Let me place this guy. What I was saying here, Magic Hat. So, I noticed that I had been neglecting the Traveling Merchant, which is really bad because I guess he's got a lot of really cool stuff. So every time the Traveling Merchant spawned, I warped home and bought any unique things that I could afford from him. And in the process, I ended up getting a good number of useful block placement accessories. I got the Bricklayer, the Portable Cement Mixer, maybe it was just those two. I think I also got the DPS meter and the Lifeform Analyzer from him. But these two have been invaluable for building this stupid tunnel and all of the shafts coming out of it, so that's where those came from. I think the Magic Hat I also bought from him. Ancient Shadow Helmet dropped from some random enemy in the Corruption, I think. Gladiator helmets from the Gladiators. Underground. Centurion guys. I think the Gamer Jackets are they're kind of weird. I don't know why they're called that. No stats will be gained. Oh, of course not. Thought I told you to clean up your room. I think that was from Traveling Merchant. Fedora was from a Traveling Merchant. Star Cloak may have been a Traveling Merchant. Causes stars to fall after taking damage. Seems neat. Titan Glove, I think, was from a Mimic. I think both of these cross necklaces are from a Mimic. Wild Armor Polish was from one of the random skeletons that spawns underground, and I think so are the vitamins. These are both status effect immunity, so I haven't taken a look to see if they combine with anything. Check in my chest here. Captain N, I could see that. Ooh, Power Glove. Enables auto swing for melee weapons, increases the size of melee weapons. That sounds cool, sure. I do melee eventually. Star Veil. Causes stars to fall and increase length of invincibility after taking damage. Sure. Armor bracing. Oh, it's the polish and the vitamins. So I guess I must be getting close to whatever the ribbon item is that prevents all status effects. I've got the plan, armor bracing, counter curse mantra. I have 3 of them, and I think we said there's a total of 5 that go into it last week. Let's see. Okay, got more magma stones. Pressurator automatically places actuators on placed objects. I think I got that from a traveling merchant. I guess that's just if you're trying to build a engineering setup, right? I don't know where this clothier voodoo doll came from. I assume you drop it in the lava like you do with the guide voodoo doll and something happens. Gelatin crystal dropped. I was mining randomly in the tunnel, and this is one of the crystals I got. It says it summons a boss, so I'll get a chance to check that out later. I got these life fruits randomly in the jungle when I was digging my tunnel. I guess those increase your life above the cap of 400, so I'll use them now. Get a life. Nice. Oh, that's cool. I was saying it turns your heart's gold. I dig that. So you can get up to 500 max health. The ice feather, I want to say, dropped from... There was like a blizzard over here, and this really tall frost golem spawned. It was one of the only enemies that I fought on stream, or off stream, that I hadn't seen on stream yet. But it was kind of annoying. It shoots lasers at you. I had to fly around it a bunch, shitload of health. But I was able to deal with it eventually. And... I also got Frost Core from the same drop, a pirate map to summon a pirate invasion, ammo box, which maybe I should have placed before the pirate invasion, but it looks like it's like these things, that it reduces your ammo usage in the area, which probably won't matter once I make the thing that gives me infinite ammo, infinite basic ammo. Lens, strange plant, I got a bunch of these, which I guess you can trade to the dye merchant maybe, and some banners, and a meat grinder. And that's basically it. So that's all the crap that happened. I'll go through it later. I just noticed I never started the timer, so I'm going to fix it really quick. We'll get started here. Oh, it's like a cake? It's a buff, not a placement range thing. Gotcha. 10 minutes. Thanks. So putting it at my spawn point probably makes more sense. Cool. Cool sound effect for it. I really like the sound design in this game. All right, give me a quick sec to fix the timer. Oh yeah, my numlock came off, that's why. I hit go, but it didn't take. Okay. Okay, well that's everything. Took me 30 minutes to go through all that shit. Let's play the game. That sounds fun. I kind of want to fight this queen slime. I don't know if I need an arena for that, or if I can just fight it. What's the deal with the queen slime? Do I have to fight it in a specific area? Because I want to be as prepared for it as possible. I guess I'll go ahead and craft the thing y'all are talking about here. So I need to buy a crystal ball. Okay. Guess I'll put it in his room. Then I need to have a max stack of ammo, is that right? It doesn't matter whether it's arrows or muskets, or is there a separate item for arrows and musket balls? One thing I discovered off stream as I was making things like minecart tracks, I didn't notice this button before that just lets you see everything, and you click it and it scrolls to it. Because before I was struggling, like this was too much to scroll through these giant menus every time, especially on stream. Magic powers are increased. See how the location will work. Will it stop me from summoning it if I try to summon it somewhere else? Endless quiver. Okay. So I guess the idea behind the Endless Quiver is you bring that, and then you put all of your good ammo above it, and that way you still have ammo even if everything else runs out, I guess. If you're wanting to use good ammo. I must have missed the hammer button, my bad. This is kind of hard to point out, right? You shouldn't have to scroll through the whole crafting menu. Click the hammer button below what you're currently crafting. Okay, let's try this boss. Why not? I don't think I can recognize what the crystal looked like that it spawned. Does it stand out significantly from other similar crystals? Bunch of hard mode ammo types that you can craft. Okay. Wonder if I can fight it in my tunnel here. So it keeps me from being able to jump around, which isn't great. So this probably counts as hollow, right? Even though it's also desert. Alright. I guess I'll just give it a shot and I'll warp out if things go badly. Let's see. Rotates through colors that look similar to the other shards. Where is it? Oh god. Oh! Okay, that's a thing it can do. This was what we call a mistake in the biz. It might be okay though. It looks like it's kind of can't jump around like it normally might want to. Spawning a bunch of extra fancy slimes everywhere. That stomp attack sucks. It just does damage all the way down, it looks like, from where it jumps to. Keep it off screen for me as much as I can so it doesn't stomp me again. Not the best place to fight her, don't think. Don't want to go too far back because she'll despawn if I leave the hollow, I assume. Oh, now she can fly. That's cool. Can she not? Actually, she might be a little bit easier to fight now. I just need to be able to jump over her somehow. She can still stomp. Okay. So close. I'm gonna die because of all the other crap. No! She was so close to being dead. That's unfortunate. Oh, you can lead her wherever once she's up. Doesn't matter if she follows you out of the hollow. If I was a little bit better prepared, I probably could have done that. That's too bad. Should have just stayed on the right side and kept pulling her. I was just worried I was going to pull her out of the hollow and insta-despawn her. Should go grab some more hay really quick. Okay, that was a bummer. I guess it just became nighttime, so I could try fighting the worm boss, right? But I think folks are saying that I'd really want to expand my arena upwards first, and I did not do that off stream, so I'll try to work on it quick. I do have a decent amount of wood for it. Probably want to get rid of this. I didn't realize that while it was chasing me, it was spawning ads behind it the whole time. Oof. Do I have like a... Does the bricklayer make me place those a little bit faster? It's brutally slow. Okay, it does. Thank God. That's more tolerable. Make a lot of these, please. If I had better ammo, I probably could have beaten her too. I really like having the multiple hooks. It's a nice touch. Yeah, it just shows 1 for ammo count. That's fair. I guess it still needs to show an ammo count in case you have better ammo on top of it. You couldn't just put it infinite. It's probably the best number they could show for it. Just build this as tall as my house. I hope that that's enough. And I'll look into... You said the guide, if I show him regular wooden arrows, will give me some hard mode arrow recipes. Probably worth doing for the extra DPS. I still need to go through my offshoot shafts and see if there's any titanium or adamantite in there. Yeah, I turned my regular arrows into fire arrows, which I assume still isn't as good. Oh, jeez. Ow. I'm trying to craft over here, guys. Probably have to wait till tomorrow. This is taking long enough that... Let's do this in the order that I care about these items. Okay. Holy and Cursed Flame Arrows are still significantly better. Sure. Yeah. For bosses, though, you probably still want something better. Oops. That. At least I know the Queen Slime's attack pattern. I might be able to add some stuff to my tunnel so it's suitable as a boss arena. I need to be able to jump over it. Could probably just make it a little bit taller. It doesn't need to be. I mean, it's not something I'm going to do today because it would be miserable to watch and miserable to stream, but good to know that it's a thing I could do. Oh, the werewolves only spawn on a full moon. That's cool. Oh shit, a full moon, you say? Doesn't one of these plants only grow on a full moon or a blood moon? It might be deathweed, which I have no seeds for. Maybe I should go to the corruption real quick and try to get some. 1 second. Corruption's off to the east. Yeah. I pulled up the herb listing on the wiki last week when we were talking about herbs, so... But I've avoided anytime blood moons have happened, I've just stayed underground, so I haven't taken advantage of them for stuff like this. So long as a full moon is out, if I harvest a deathweed, it will produce seeds. Interesting note, by the way, even though you can't mine these blocks, you can still reshape them with the hammer, so I was able to make that into a smooth slope. There's an accessory that lists the phases of the moon. Oh, that's cool. Makes sense. See any... Oh, there's one. Deathweed seeds. Beautiful. That's what we're here for. Oh, giant flying fox. I might want to start carrying that life form analyzer with me. I think it tells me when there's a rare mob nearby. Oh, this is jungle. Let's get the fuck out of here. Oh, thank you. I probably would have survived against the boss if I just had the better healing item. Little bits of extra health may have made the difference. Deathweed just has a chance to grow naturally, or any of the plants have a chance to grow naturally on their native terrain without having been explicitly planted. Grows in the crimson too. Oh, okay, I guess that makes sense. Go scope that out then. I don't think I have any area that's just hollow. I think all of my hollow is hollow desert, which is kind of unfortunate. I think last week we unlocked an item from the Steampunker that helps you purify biomes. I haven't bought it yet, but I might try to use it to at least contain the areas up here on the surface. I'll probably try to check it out this episode so that if there's grindy work with purifying, I can do that off stream. It doesn't only grow on the surface, right? Just on dirt blocks, I guess? Easily spread the hollow. Okay. Shiverthorn? The fuck? Strange plant on the surface? Oh my god, I'm gonna be set on my deathweed now. Just have a full farm for it. It's gonna be great. I wasn't expecting to get so much. Probably fine with the number of seeds I just got. I won't be completely full, but I should be able to get there next blood moon / full moon. Above 0. Okay. Thanks. Alright, that'll do for now. I guess moon glow blooms when the moon is out. Oh. Not quick enough. I want day bloom here. Get out of here. Contaminator is great for clearing corrupt holy biomes and for spreading them. It's just pricey. Sure. Is it the item itself is pricey, or does it like use a resource that's pricey? Yeah, I remember a different soundtrack for Terraria when I played it last. Didn't they change it recently? Remembered a much more chiptune-y song for the surface. I'm gonna get around to happiness before I make any significant purchases this week. That's probably the height I need. Huh? Oh, does it still have the original music in the game? Interesting. I didn't realize that. Soundtrack for a spin-off game called Terraria Otherworld. Oh, that's kind of cool. They found a way to get into the game at least. Do you only hear it in the Drunk World? Okay, want to fight the next mechanical boss, but I'm gonna wait until nighttime. Gonna go see if I can find another gelatinous crystal, I guess. Yeah, it sounds like that's the main soundtrack if you have a normal world, but this music plays if you're on the seed that I'm on. Still sounds pretty good, though. Once you've been to a drunk world, one of the NPCs can toggle the music to this version in other worlds. Oh, that's kind of cool. Neat. Alright, so you're saying... if there is a slime crystal, is that it down there? Looks pretty different from the other ones. Let me pop out of here. Explore. Crystal shard, nope. I think it was a different shape, but I wasn't sure. Shifts colors, okay. It's a good reason to get the other crystals regardless, though, it sounds like. Ooh. Good crafting recipes. I should check all these offshoot tunnels for chests that I ignored previously. Crimson and hollow enemies in this area. Ooh, that's bad. Let's not fuck with that. Let me equip this again, please. Yikes. Big yikes. Are those things relatively rare? I don't think I saw like maybe one of them before when I was off stream. Just chill out for a second and stop fighting. Oh, another illuminant hook. Okay. Oh, maybe that one down there that's glowing? I think like that might be one. There we go, gelatin crystal. Okay. Cool. Guess I can have a backup illuminant hook. Oops. So we'll count this as a special item. I might still want to fight it, but I want to get better ammo, so let me grab some regular arrows and see what the crafting recipe is. No, there's still a... Okay, it still projects it. It's just above the recipe now. Holy Cursed Arrow. Cursed Flame. Ichor Arrow. Decrease target's defense. That sounds really good. Summons falling stars on impact. Venom Arrow. Alright, I've got a decent amount of that. That seems like that's worth doing. I don't remember where I put it, though. Oh, the long search is over. Cool. Is it a stacking defense reduction debuff? I assume no. And dupe drop. That's unfortunate. So they're not just guaranteed to drop an illuminate hook. Oh, I missed if there's a specific thing I have to craft it with. Hold on. Flask. Alien whip attacks decrease. Where's a mithril anvil? Okay. Oh, you don't need a lot of it to make a full stack. That's useful. Cool. Court dart. Where the hell did the merchant go? Don't go all the way outside, dude. I'll lock you in your house. Oh, I got plenty of greater healing potions now. It's good to know. We default to those. I need to make archery potions. Don't think I have any. Terraria archery potion. But I have the resources for it. Archery potion increases damage and velocity by 20%. Bottled water, day bloom, and lens. Oh, it's actually pretty easy to make. Lens. It's probably fine for now. I really wish I could set a placeholder in these chests. It's probably the only quality of life feature that I feel like is missing. Or have it so that when I set an item as reserved in my inventory here, that it leaves like a translucent placeholder when I die and go back and pick my stuff back up. Can reclaim it that way. Alright, well, I pretty much have a steady supply of that ammo, so that's good to know. Is there a hotkey that automatically uses buffs in my inventory without having to put it on my bar? Tools. Oh, do I have an alchemy station? I don't know. Alchemy table. 33% chance to not consume potion crafting ingredients. Okay, thanks. Now I know. Do it next time. B uses all buffs in the inventory. Okay. Includes food. So I really got time before nighttime. Improvement to all stats. Let me open all these treasure or these presents. I have a fucking shitload of them. I don't know what most of this crap is. This is just from killing stuff over the last week. Candy cane pickaxe. Coal, reindeer antlers. Let's just put this in a trash chest really quick. Like a Christmas chest. Xmas. Okay. Coal, candy cane blocks, eggnog, sugar cookie, major improvement to all stats, so is the gingerbread. Parka pants, coat, and hood. Snow globe summons the Frost Legion. So is that like an optional boss? Oh, the coal doesn't stack. That's so mean. South Park snow hats. Candy cane pickaxe can mine meteorite. Mrs. Claus gear. Interesting. It's like I'm not going to be fighting the Queen Slime. This is taking enough time here. It's okay. Nighttime is like 8 o'clock or something. Guess I need another Xmas chest. Most of this stuff is vanity, but it looks like some of the food items are actually pretty good. Candy cane hook. That's fun. I wonder if I've gotten most of the available drops then. Alright, let's get the food or buff items out of here and the boss items. Holly can be placed. Christmas pudding. Frost Legion is a very late game event. Can I do it after Christmas is over? Or is it only available during the holiday? Okay, so I've got 9 of them. I can only get the drops during the holiday, maybe? Okay, that's cool. Pretty sure I have a thing to spawn this dude, don't I? Yeah, mechanical worm. Okay. Make the snow globes with expensive crafting mats. Oh, okay. So there's no content that you absolutely like have to set your clock forward for to be able to do? It's good to know. Gotcha. We got a bunch of really good food items about that, it looks like. Hopefully this is tall enough. I guess we'll find out soon enough. The NPC goes away after the date's over, though? Is it just like vanity items? Let's give it a shot. The Destroyer has awoken. Whoa! He is pretty tall. Okay. This is where being able to hit multiple units would have been really nice. Oh! He's even taller than I thought he was. Okay. Oh, Jesus. That seems bad. Can't tell if that's doing more damage overall. Big wormy boy, right? Okay, so I can destroy individual segments on him, it looks like. But it doesn't cause him to break off like the Eater of Worlds boss. Oh god, he's killing all my NPCs. Yikes. He's gonna kill her. It's asking for that. I made a huge mistake. Contact damage from those little ads is really bad, it looks like. Please don't kill her. It's still pretty cheesy if expensive. I only have the one item, so... Looks like the ads drop healing candy canes, though, so that's nice. There's just a point where the boss goes ham and starts launching a bunch of lasers at you, it looks like. I guess I might have the worst build for this boss. So I think people were saying this one seemed pretty easy, but not easy for my setup, it feels like. Oh, is it spawning the ads when you break a segment, basically? Oh, piercing arrows? I didn't realize they pierced. Okay, I'll remember that for next time. Abundance of caution. Sorry, NPCs. You're all definitely gonna die now. Okay. That was a fight. Pretty ugly the way I ended up beating it. Don't like cheesing. The jungle grows restless. So, having beaten all 3 mechanical bosses changed something in the jungle, it sounds like? Boss needs blocks to tunnel through. Oh, I see. Limits its mobility. Gotcha. RP banner. It seems like that would be useful. Still be cheesier than that. Okay, let's see. I think I should be able to make a new pickaxe we were talking about before, right? Definitely make the cool new armor. It's this Drax that's pretty important, right? Not to be confused with the pick saw, not to be confused with the ham drill. These are both identical, just whether you prefer a drill or a pickaxe, I guess. The problem with the drill is it doesn't scale with mining speed boosts. Drax attacks. Neat. Okay, so let's give that a try, and then I still have other souls remaining. Light disc. Oh, that's not from. Could try to start making pieces of the hollowed gear. I don't think I have other summon items for them. Do you generally have to craft those, or do you encounter them commonly? Plate mail. You need the plate mail and the greaves regardless, and then it's different helmets for different set bonuses, right? Go ahead and start it, I guess. Some items are rare unless you know where to look. Okay. Oops. Killing recluses, really? That seems pretty weird. Unexpected that that's what does it. I kind of want to farm for the hollowed set before I do anything else, but I can complete the hollowed set with just the bars, right? So it doesn't matter which boss I fight. Hey, Dynamite, how you doing? Let me think. Do I want to do... I think I still want to fight the Queen Slime, which maybe will go better this time. I don't know if I need to give it more vertical room. Just dodging it better with better arrows might be enough to make a difference. Came out of that fight okay on ammo. It tries to go from top to bottom, I thought, right? I wonder why it's using the third one down first. Recluses drop Spider Fang with a crafting ingredient for a summon item and a specific set of summon armor. Okay. I did, yeah. We'll give that a try. We'll just see how having better gear improves things here. And you said once I summon the slime, I don't have to keep it in the hollow. It can follow me out anywhere else, and it's okay. Whoa! That is a fuck up. Okay. Oh, she followed me to the surface, so maybe it's okay after all. I really gotta take it off my hotbar when I'm fighting bosses. It's bad news bears. Probably gonna have an easier time with the boss now, though. Oh yeah. It's much better. Well, that theory has been tested. You can, in fact, take her out and it's fine. And her flight ability is a lot crazier when she has room to fly, it looks like. Hate that cheese. But I don't want to lose the drop. Hey, just desserts. Demolitionist was slain. Of course he was. There's a lot of crazy slimes everywhere. Yeah, she's quite a bit harder than the king slime. Right on. It's cool. I wonder if those guys have their own banners. Chicken nugget. Cheese destroyer and wall of flesh are just dynamiting them. Okay, what do we get? Hook of dissonance. Teleports you to the location of the hook. Hey, fuck off. Oh, it's raining. I can do water leaves. Do that real quick. The guide has arrived. Hooray. Oops. Hooray, full bar of water leaf. So may as well grab some of these other ones while I'm here, why not? Fire bloom blooms in the evening. I think I just planted all of that from seeds that I found underground. Day bloom back. Easy peasy. For a few hours each day. Chicken nugget, medium improvement to all stats. Okay. Crystal assassin pants, move speed increase. That seems nice. Looks like it's stat-wise better than mithril. Queen slime mask. Sparkle slime balloon filled with party girl bathwater. Okay. So, when does that matter? Is it just kind of a cool effect? It seems like it wouldn't be significantly different from being dragged there. Maybe it's a way to dodge bosses, so you don't actually have to travel between them. Yeah. That seems pretty useful. So that would make me fighting the queen slime in my tunnel a little bit better, because I could warp through it instead of getting stuck, not being able to get around it. Okay, that's kind of cool. It's like a side grade. Instead of my fancy new gold chest, I guess. For new cool boss drops. Probably put the hollowed plate mail in there too. Vanity. I go in mob drops. So sorry. This Drax can it mine that green? Was it chlorophyte? I got a bunch of that I think I got access to now. And is that better than hallowed? What do you think here? Drax Clarified is an upgrade over Hallowed. Okay. I think I revealed a decent amount of that while I was building this tunnel, so I'll go and try to find as much of it as I can and see what I can make out of it. Also, now I can clean up this part of the tunnel. Leads into the jungle dungeon. It grows? Oh. Only grows when you place it or something? Photosynthesis. Drain this water, one sec. Spread into mud blocks. So can I set up like a little farm back at my base for it, basically? I have a bunch of mud blocks with it. Get some more calcum, why not? Propagates faster. Is it linear or is it just binary? It's either at the surface or it's not at the surface. Oh, maybe I don't want to do that. A little concerning. Oh, is there a person down there? Thanks, hon. I can finally do my hair. Hair dye. Huh. She's a new NPC? I dug this because my multiple of 400 tunnel is technically under the jungle dungeon. I still can't mine the jungle dungeon blocks, right? Is that what it's called, the jungle dungeon? Oh, there's some more. Cool. Ooh. Now, I try to make a little wall here, but I actually want as much maneuverability as possible because it can jump through blocks and basically fuck me up, right? Really? Can I just put some ore back there in the middle of the mud? Oh, I got a light fruit. Didn't even notice. Is there like a particularly smart way to try to orient it so it grows well? Here we go. Okay, I see these guys. They dash at you in predictable ways. It's cool that they added nastier mimics. I dig that. Tendon hook. Is this just the evil version of the illuminant hook? Okay. Man, so you're saying each of them have multiple drops, but I keep getting the hook drop? Just leave single blocks. I guess that makes sense. I'll try to plant some here and then... So is all of it in the world, like, did it start to spawn once hard mode started or something? And then there's just like a single blocks that have grown since then because they're set to spawn in the jungle. Try to do something that's a little bit closer to my tunnel so I can check up on it trivially. Randomly in some mud blocks, and then grows from there. So all of this was probably started as a single seed block, and there might be so much of it available now just because I've been playing so much and building the stupid horizontal tunnel. Oh, it's... Probably should get that metal detector in a second. Oh, geez. Cowport, get the fuck out of there. Okay. Yikes. Big yikes. Now, it's in mud. Does it also have to be in the jungle for it to work? Let me get some mud blocks here. Mud block. Any mud low enough in the world should work. Okay. I guess I'll put it close-ish to my base then. probably gonna want. Hold on, bricklayer. And maybe leave, like, I don't know, 5 spaces of mud around it so that it has an opportunity to grow. Each node has an opportunity to grow a bit, I guess. By 5 block would be preferable. No, and I have to repaint that. Fuck. That's the problem with painting, yes. You need to have like a thing that lets you protect blocks, right? Oh, I missed a traveling merchant. Shoot, I kept seeing NPC spawns. Oh well. Hopefully it didn't have an item I don't have yet. Slows down greatly. Not worth waiting for a full 5x5 block to convert. Okay, thanks. Not gonna spend a ton of time on this. Just want to have something set up here. This is probably low enough here. I think I saw something that was growing at this level or higher elsewhere. This is 465, it looks like. So glad they added this block replacement feature. It's so nice. Reach caverns, you're good. Instead of underground, basically. Oh, that's cool. The hook actually has a light effect on it. It's pretty convenient. Stop it. You guys are the worst. Cut it out. Probably good. Does mud get corrupted? Is that something I have to worry about down here? Should I like mine out the edges of this thing so I don't have to worry about that part? It is pretty close to some corruption. So if I understand you all right, I can put like one here. But will convert to dirt and then get corrupted from there. Okay, so I probably want to dig little quarantine tunnels on either side of the mud here. That's 4x4 shaft with no wall behind it to protect it from corruption. He died here at some point. Slows the growth. Okay. Thanks. I guess I didn't think about floating blocks. just evil blocks. So you can't have a hollowed jungle. No. So many casualties. I guess the benefit of having them being floating blocks is that then I can get to them without having to put all the mud back every time. Maybe I should just suck it up and do that. Evil de-jungles the terrain. Oh, can you lose your jungle because of that? Sounds kind of sucky. I'll still make a containment for it. I'll try to figure out how I'm gonna set it up here. Thank you for the help. Not something I would have investigated otherwise. Does it care about background blocks? Can I set up background blocks here to keep enemies from spawning? It's 5 by 5, right? So as long as I've got platforms nearby, it won't look as bad to me. Something like this. Evil's next to the jungle and you AFK for days and days. Almost completely erase the jungle, but it takes a long time. Glorified deposits will act to defend small chunks. Oh, that's kind of cool. It's elegant. I'll be able to have room to walk under here and move this floor. Do background blocks. Okay, I'll work on that later. Probably do that off stream. Okay, so it's not 5 out from the chlorophyte. Gotcha. Thank you. Just set some up for as much room as I have set up down here, and then we'll go back to looking for it and crafting it and all that fun stuff. Make a little each and then fill it in, yes. Let me put one of these in my bar. Oh, sitting down my platforms. Is it one of the only ores like this that can spread? Like, I assume there's a finite amount of iron in my game world, for example. Oops, went too far. Perfect. Almost like it was on purpose. Calculated. So basically, the closer this gets to filling the 5 by 5 square, the slower the speed it gets. Kind of like how trees are more likely to grow if there aren't other trees near them. So just come down here occasionally, mine it, and replace the center block. I don't know if I want to make a ton of these right now, just because it's kind of slow, but I'll do one more row and then we'll call it. Just agree to mention an NPC you'll want later and can set up any time now. To get him to move in, make an artificial glowing mushroom mini biome on the surface and then build a house there. Oh. What all do I need for an artificial mushroom mini biome? Got plenty of glowing mushrooms, but I didn't notice if there's like specific blocks down there that I need. Probably have enough in the jungle. I'm just going to finish this second set here so I've got something going in case I burn through all of my chlorophyte that I can find naturally. Drop mud and plant mushroom grass seeds. Can I buy mushroom grass seeds, or I probably have a bunch of it already from being in the like digging through those areas and depositing it? Hey, Ultimate Guy. Is there any preference on like a biome that it should be near? Like, because I'm going to be doing NPC happiness later, and I haven't yet looked through how that works, but I assume that they want to be close to other specific NPCs and they want to be in specific biomes, so there's like an way to lay them out. Building a chlorophyte farm over here. That looks like some of it already grew. That's nice. And we're gonna go do some bosses. This will be the end of this, because it's kind of tedious, but definitely something I'd be willing to do off stream. Harvest the extra stuff I just got, place the dirt, and get out of here. Out of the way, but not too far from the base. Okay, thanks. Let me see what mushroom grass seeds I'm already sitting on here. 1 sec. Jumbo grass, mushroom grass, 6. So I probably need way more than that, right? That's not gonna cut it. I guess I'll head over to... I've got a couple mushroom biomes that are accessible via my tunnel. Oh, you can build it on top of the trees? Interesting. Oh, just plant and let it spread? Okay. Let me see what I can make out of these chlorophyte bars really quick. Ooh, the cost per bar is pretty high. Partisan, claymore, saber, short bow, shot bow, I guess. Headgear, mask. Well, let's get the weapon upgrade. Oh, wow. It's worse than my hollowed one. Is it just because of the modifier on this? Or did... Oh, okay. That changes things. Thanks. Gotcha. Sure, yeah, I can see how that's good. Roger. So I got dirt, I got mushroom grass seeds. Spreads pretty quickly, you're saying? Where are my big trees? To the west, right? Yeah, I got mud here. Does it have to, like, so I don't know the rules for biome generations. Does it have to be like the size of a screen or something? Oh, my bad. Dirt blocks. So I just get on top of this tree and put down 100 dirt blocks. Whoops. And it just cares about the grass, nothing else. I guess I could have spread that instead of putting it all adjacent. I could have put it at different ends or something. That's okay. I'm gonna go get some more in a second to see if that helps at all. Oh, what's this dude? Spore zombie. Very, very, very inefficient. I apologize. When you said it grows pretty fast, I thought you meant it would like spread almost immediately and that it didn't matter. You said you only needed like 1 or 2. To slow down the growth? Why am I giving this tree a haircut? I'm building an artificial mushroom biome on top of the trees to be accessible from above. I'm gonna head to another mushroom biome really quick and just see what I can get there. Still need to build. It says it needs to be about 100 blocks long of mud. Is that right? It's pretty close, I think. 1220, I think. Block is 2 feet. Yeah, it's more than 100 now. I might even be able to cut off the dangling part on the end here, but I'll leave it as it is for now. I understand. Alright, so I got one down here. Mushroom grass, just you get it sometimes while you're harvesting glowing mushrooms, or specifically, oh here we go, when you're harvesting cutting the grass itself. Cobalt. I feel like they have an insane number of glowing mushrooms in the game. I don't remember, I think they were in the game when I played last, but I don't remember there being so many of them back in like 2011. They're a bit rarer. The grass is not needed. Well, how do I get it without cutting it? Is it just walking over it or something? Destroy plants that grow on the grass. Oh, mushrooms occasionally produce grass seeds. Okay. So I could get it from up here, for instance. Okay, I see. Thanks. Build a door through here later. So whenever I'm like riding through my tunnel here, I can just harvest it from this accidental line that exists within whipping range. And that might be enough to be stocked up on it. Oh, I didn't need to do that. That's okay. 140. Okay, what does the current recommend? Defeat Plantera, the overgrown monstrosity of the jungle's depths. So that's the thing it said about something is shifted in the jungle. Anything I'd have to do that's special to spawn Plantera? Is it just like the mobs there drop an item to summon her? Plantera like Pantera? Okay, let's do this less stupidly now. Marginally less dumb. Pink bulbs in the jungle. If you break the pickaxe, you summon Plantera immediately. Oh, okay. Do I need to build a similar arena to what I've been using? Is that kind of recommended, or? Because I could keep looking for chlorophyte and make a chlorophyte set. It's probably a good idea. Start working on that. Explore the jungle. It's not terribly safe. Here, let me switch to the minecart really quick so I can look at the map while we're traveling. Must be fought in the underground jungle. I'm gonna build an arena around where you find one. Okay. So I think there's some in this tunnel here. Oh god, it's green. I guess it's light green. So it's not the worst. Let's see. Just past it. Don't lead it out or it enrages and gets much stronger. Okay. Shit, let me make sure I drain that. Hold up. Oh, I already have drain open. Cool. I guess I won't worry too much about leaving space for it to spread in the jungle. I'll just use my own farm for that and see how it goes. Triple arrows is pretty cool. I'm a fan. Alright, so that's close to like a full chlorophyte node, I assume. When I just mined. Ooh. Oh, and regeneration. Oh, that's still cool. Shouldn't complain. I can grab my metal detector real quick, actually, and probably didn't need to deposit it that way. Tools, so we want metal detector and the life form analyzer, I guess. So chest. Oh, that's cool. There's an Eek statue there. Come back for it now. And there are special fruits that only spawn in the jungle that give me health upgrades, so I should watch out for them while I'm down there. Do those fruit, like life crystals, do they show up on the metal detector? Demolitionist is back. They're the highest priority on the metal detector. Oh, that's good to know. Chlorophyte detected nearby. Oh, it's that little piece that I didn't mine out earlier. Whoops. Sharpening station. Oh, that's kind of cool. Just put it with your other cake buffs, basically. More chlorophyte detected nearby. I think I see it. Life fruit doesn't show up on the metal detector. Staff of regrowth. Increases alchemy plant collection when used to gather. Oh, that sounds good. Sweet. So whenever I go to harvest, I should grab that and bring it with me. And it looks like there's plenty of chlorophyte down here, probably just because the game world's been up for so long with me building the crazy horizontal tunnel. But if I had just like rushed this after hard mode, there wouldn't be a lot to harvest here. Probably too high for more of it to spawn, yeah. Wish I had a sense for how far away, like the max distance it'll say something's nearby. Oh, it's probably that singleton one there. Bummer. Chlorophyte detected nearby. There's a lot of it in them Thar hills, turns out. So the pickaxe speed on this one doesn't seem to be significantly faster than the adamantite drill. It's still better, obviously, but not gangbusters better like a lot of the previous upgrades have been. Boring copper. Palladium nearby. Okay, I don't want to go this way. I wonder if you can bring like the next shittiest ore and just place it next to you and use that to help you find the one you're looking for. Kind of silly. Find Crimson, Ebonstone, Pearlstone, one tick. Oh, okay. That's useful. So it's not the raw speed difference. More garbage. Oh, so like sapphires? Sweet. Yes, I'll get all of it. Hey, there it is. First try, I found it. Go away. Thank you. put a door on there later. It's like cobalt and copper. So I need to get really nervous if I see a pink flower. That's when I want to be super careful, right? It's probably too high for it to spawn now. We wanted to say caverns, not underground, right? General rule. Is it like a fairly large flower? Not like these little baby ones? Couple tiles large. I see one of those tortoises, I'm probably just gonna insta warp pretty bad. Hey, there's one. 4 blocks square. Okay, thanks. Way too close to the surface. Dr. Bones nearby. Interesting. Oh, does the Drax also cut trees? That's convenient. There's some. I forgot I left that in that thing. Alright, hold on. Get back in my tunnel. Actually, I'm going to clean up my tunnel after I drill through it anyway. I'll just take care of repainting it between streams. Hooray! Giant node isn't in the way of my shaft here anymore. Drill axe. Oh, okay. That makes sense. That's why I was pickaxe axe. Brilliant. Makes sense. They can't make something that's a hammer as well, right? That would make sense. Oh. Oh, whatever. It's fine. Bring some hay back later. Hey, Foster, how you doing? So originally the Hamdrax did hammer things too. Oh, it didn't work UI-wise. That makes sense. Oh, wow. This new crossbow is kind of awesome. Mimic nearby. Do mimics ever spawn somewhere that looks like it would actually have a normal chest? They seem to kind of stand out because they'll spawn places you've already explored. There's kind of a look to where normal chests spawn, it seems like. There's the mimic. Philosopher's Stone. Okay. Be good to have another one of those in case I need to replace my current thingy. This is bad. Leave me alone, Jungle Bat. Magic dagger, okay. Here's some more. Oh, that's so convenient, so I can finally put away my meteor hammocks after all this time. The incremental strengthening of gear in hard mode is very satisfying. Exactly, yeah. You don't really feel the giant game-changing upgrade, but each time you get something new, you kind of realize, you look back at how far you've come, right? And you're like, oh shit. This used to be really difficult. Now that thing is kind of trivial. I saw a Terraria meme. It was the Shiba Inu, where there's like the super buff one and the kind of weak crying one. It's like Terraria pre-hard mode, the start of hard mode. That was funny. It's too far out of the jungle. Oh, that looks like more. Shit. Can you mash to get out of being petrified? A little bit more. I'll go turn it in after this and see if I can make any armor. Yeah, I don't think I'm close to having enough to make an armor set, but also check on my farm. Yo. $32 bars, eh? Warhammer Jackhammer. Huh. Great Axe, Chainsaw, Pickaxe, Drill. Wait, is this even better than the Drax? 200 pickaxe power, 200 pickaxe power. Looks like it's comparable to a Drax, I guess. Oh geez, this doesn't take a while. Okay. Well, we'll go ahead and get started here. Don't need the chlorophyte one. Okay. Is it exactly the same as the Drax, or it's just kind of comparable? Hey, that was working out pretty well. I guess it's sort of slow in comparison to doing it. Just finding lots of nodes in the jungle itself, but given that it's renewable, that's pretty nice. Is there a lot of stuff that chlorophyte gets used for to justify the spreading behavior? Like, do you use it for things other than your weapon and armor set and your tool set? Oh right, I can just do this. Thank you, Terraria. That's such a wonderful mechanic. Oh, I love that. Truly the king of quality of life features in games. There's a whole additional tier of weapons armor that involves upgrading chlorophyte bars into something better. I see. Back to the jungle we go. Oh, sometimes you make arrows out of it? Okay. Because I can check what... Do you need a lot of bars for each arrow? It seems like they're pretty forgiving when it comes to consumable ammo. They don't really require you to burn through a billion rare resources, which is nice. Is there a thing that tells you your biome? I just noticed that it just tells you the layer, but it doesn't say jungle specifically. Mushroom NPC is required for the range chlorophyte gear. Oh, okay. Okay, well thank you then. It's helpful to know. Die Trader is back. Oh my god, so many NPCs died last time. Seems too annoying to be worth doing. What's not? I'll just drill out the ceiling so I can run seamlessly down this hill. kind of granite enemy? Oh, there's something over here. What's this? Granite chest. That thing looks fucking cool as hell. Okay, hold on. Put that in my base. Granite's like my... That's... I would build my house out of granite if I could. I love the look of it. Looks very neat. Can you catch those fairies if you have a bug's net? Release them to help you find things in specific areas? Oh god, this is probably a mistake. At least it goes down much faster with the triple shots. Do you have a chance to crit on every arrow that hits, or is it every shot? Hold up. And a potion, Fetid Bognox. Okay. It's an interesting name for a thing. Alright, I'm gonna get out of here real quick. Find fairies poking hollow trees with the weak axe and catch those. The ones that appear underground can't be caught. I see. Tattered Bee-Wing. Fetid Bognox. Insanely fast speed. What does that mean? Holy shit. That's pretty cool. Okay, so I imagine that scales pretty well with some of the other buffs. Put cool stuff in there later. Bonus workbench over here. Oh yeah, granite looks great. Big fan. Is Bee-Wing like a rare material? I don't think I've seen a pink material before. Granite column. Smooth granite block. All the damage. Makes sense. I've got so much money. I think I started this stream with 2 platinum. I'm already close to 4 platinum. Maybe that was the pirate event. It looks like a lot of gold dropped from that. Chests, tools, our fights. Oh yeah, we want to put a chest over to track this regrowth thing. Hey, thanks for the follow, Oreo. Staff of Regrowth. Okay. So you get a chance to get extra things when you harvest with it, basically. Okay, this game really likes to give me chandeliers. It's kind of comical. Probably put this in my no longer needed tools case, seeds case, and deposit this band of regeneration, and we're golden. Staff of Regrowth, only harvest blooming plants. Oh, that's nice. You don't have to worry about accidentally hitting the... So I may as well just do it now then. That's cool, thank you. You still have to like point it. It doesn't just hit whatever it's swinging at. That's nice. Thank you. So I can have this be a new seed chest. I can just do that quickly. A chest. I guess I need to think about something new that I want to carry around with me all the time, now that I don't need to carry an axe with me. I guess I could put the archery potion on there and make more of those later. Use it whenever I'm seeing that it's running low. Okay, still working on chlorophyte. I want to make a chlorophyte armor set. I've got more jungle to explore. I left because I ran out of space, so we're heading back. This is fun. How's this going? I guess I could also go check on my mushroom grass, but will that NPC allow me to upgrade? Does he upgrade the bars directly, or does he upgrade the armor directly? Like, is it still worth making a chlorophyte armor set first? But safe too, sure. So making the armor now is a mistake? Misusing the bars? Sure, what's the quality of life thing that I missed? A little bit nervous about this over here. I guess recluses are less dangerous than they were before. They're still pretty scary. Oh yeah, I see how that's much faster now on the Crimstone. It's pretty annoying before. Oh, that's cool. So it basically gives you double inventory size. So I could have made that before hard mode. Wow. Yeah, I had no idea that existed. Seems like that's a pretty significant upgrade. Oh, what's that? Bezoar. Immunity to poison. Ah, so I'm assuming that's another one of the ribbon crafting items. Cool. Those are the jungle spores there. Okay. Ooh, big chlorophyte node. Come on. There you go. What makes it annoying to get pre-hard mode? Oh, it's only to get early hard mode because you have to go to the jungle. Okay, and it's super dangerous when you first transition. Mr. Spin-to-Win Tortoise can borderline one-shot you. Imagine on the higher difficulties that guy does one-shot you even with really good armor. He hits like a truck. Oh, life fruit nearby. Where though? Well, it does show fruits after all. What do you know? There's some adamantite. I officially don't give a shit about adamantite at all anymore, though, right? I think that's kind of a bummer. It would be nice if all of the endgame recipes required a mixture of old ores, but... Because it's nice in the respect that once you progress, you don't have to stress out as much. This makes me sad to see an ore that I used to be pretty pumped about not matter much anymore. Might be useful in post-game. Okay. Turtle shells craft into armor? Really? I don't think I realized they dropped them. Way easier to kill now. Okay, so those are some of the little teeny-weeny baby chlorophyte deposits. Maybe I should just leave alone. It's probably like how they first started spreading. It says there's a life fruit nearby. I don't see it. No, it doesn't. Maybe it's over this way? Or maybe it despawned. It's too far away from it. So I didn't grab it by accident, did I? Well, that would be too convenient. Turn this on even though it screws with my light source. Are there any other NPCs that only spawn by creating an artificial surface biome, or is it just the truffle guy? I still might want to try melee at some point. It just has turned out so far. I've got all this momentum to keep doing ranged, unfortunately. Thorns bonus? That's cool. Light source issue I was having last week doesn't seem to be as bad as it was. And you have a Spelunker potion on. Oh no, it is. I guess there's other stuff I'm doing that's helping me be able to see. Yeah, it's like when I'm not actively mining an ore, it's like the Spelunker potion suppresses the natural light. Oh god! Almost extremely bad. Big yikes. I guess I could try to make some shine potions. Can I make a new thing with this yet? Oh, what's this? REX 3000. Tally counter, lifeform analyzer, and... Huh. Does that thing mix with anything else? What's the recipe for shine potions? Wouldn't mind just having one on all the time, I guess. Yeah, this makes... Harvesting this stuff has been kind of annoying so far, or to the point where I haven't really wanted to do it. But this staff makes it way less painful. Big fan. You got that I didn't just automatically replant these last time I harvested them. Daybloom, blinkroot, water. Okay. That's Night Owl, which is also useful because it makes all other light sources brighter. Let me look it up really quick. Yeah, what am I combining with the REK? Daybloom glowing mushroom, I guess that makes sense. $912 glowing mushrooms. I apparently hit a bunch of them every time I was building that track. Shine potions. Yeah, that's pretty useful. And then Spelunker, I may as well have a bunch of them now. GPS, Goblin Tech, and Fish Finder. Oh, into a make all 12 thing. Okay. Hunter Potion is Blinkroot, Moonglow. Oh, and Gold Ore. Okay. Which I have a bajillion of. Okay, that's useful. I haven't touched fishing at all in this game. Is it like an alternate progression track to get certain things? Let me check on my biome over here. One per in-game day. Oh, yikes. Okay. Maybe I can check out the angler today. Monkey Town. Builder encountering glowing mushroom field above the surface. Oh. It's cute. We think that might be sufficient for spawn we're looking for here. Oh, there needs to be a house up there. Okay. Interesting. Can move him elsewhere once he exists. He probably wants to be there though, as far as happiness is concerned. I'm still gonna hope to do happiness at some point today. Yeah. This one seems like borderline secret compared to the other NPCs. Ooh, it's destroying some of the dirt. I didn't realize that would happen. Looks like it's not screwing up the biome though. I'll just make it taller. Yeah, I don't think I would have discovered this guy on my own. I appreciate it. Is this big enough? Need to be taller. Room is too small. Missing a wall. Okay, here we go. This housing is suitable. Cool. So he might spawn there now at any time. Oh, I missed that. Pixie dust, oh well. Turn some of these off. I don't really care about creature counts, not super helpful. Other ones are fine. How are we doing over here? Get out of here. I don't have mud to replace it. That's okay, I'll come back later. Oh, does the guide want to live next to him? He says he likes the forest, though. Does that count as the forest? Oh, I see. Sure. Because it just affects the shop cost, basically. I don't know if that's right. It might need to be one higher. Let's see. Yeah, I think it needs to be one higher. One higher than what I can naturally do. Okay. You see, I probably won't find. Will the grass spread back to this dirt given that I built something on top of it, or am I kind of screwed there? Okay, I'm gonna try to go back and get some more chlorophyte here. It's the main objective at the moment. That is ash, not mud. That'll do. Make sure I close those trapdoors. Slows down my run speed, it looks like. There we go. Much area down here to explore. Try to not get recluse to death. Let's make sure they can't spawn on this side. Layout makes me very nervous regardless. Does granite golems have any cool drops? It's a lot of sapphire. Okay. Yeah, we'll see if I stumble into it on my main playthrough, and then I might do some requests for help with cleaning up things I may have missed toward the end. Oh, is it that pink flower there? And that's like pulsing? Do you have to mine it with a pickaxe, or can you accidentally hit it with a... like a projectile? Okay. Maybe we'll want to come back here later. Hasty Nature's Gift. Plus 3%, 6% reduced mana usage. Oh, that's cool. Drop from one of the bees, I guess? Okay, stop their spin every time you hit them. Good to go. Random jungle foliage. So I guess if I had gotten that earlier, I may have tried Mage out a little bit more. Corrupted item that auto uses mana potions. Oh, that sounds really convenient. Oh, there's a life fruit. Sweet. Still detects one nearby, it says. Yeah, I see the benefit of the Shine Potion and the Spelunker Potion. See a Mimic down there. Probably not worth it. Hurdle shell. That's cool. Hey, there's a life fruit. Now, those things seem really hard to see without the Spelunker Potion on. I think the 3 that I found off stream were just an accident while I was mining. I didn't even notice them. Well, how much gold do the mimics drop? I try to build that inventory upgrade soon. That seems pretty useful. The only use for life crystals after you have max health is the heart lantern, right? They don't do anything else. $30 gold. Oh wow, I didn't realize it was that much. Selling them. Yeah, I haven't sold a single item in this game so far. If I make a new character, it's probably going to be master mode. It'll probably be something I do off stream, so I can turn this nice, relaxing mental health support game into a stressful, painful game. Just spend a couple hundred hours pre-hard mode setting everything up. Given that was master mode just recently added, or has it been in the game for a while? I don't even remember there being separate monster difficulty settings back in 2011, 2012. I think it was just your death settings, if even that was an option. Hey, another staff of regrowth. Bee minecart, honey dispenser. Crafting honey stuff. That's cool. Life fruit nearby. Did I deposit my Spelunker potion? Oh, there it is. Sorry, I'm a dummy, apparently. I assume there's nothing particularly exciting in water chests anymore. That's why I've kind of been ignoring them when I see them. Earlier this year. What do they do to make master mode worth it? Like, is it just enemies are stronger? They increase the drop rates of things or something? Let's see if I can find this life fruit. Oh, there it is. Okay. Exclusive pets. Bosses have special drops. Enemies are stronger. It's cool. Is the bee biome pretty comparable still in hard mode, or does it get anything new? Thank you, fairy. It's exactly the kind of thing I need. Defense is twice as effective. The biome. Oh shit, I've come all the way around, haven't I? Dang. It really wants to tell me about life fruits. Oh, dang. Life crystal. One of the arrows I can make comes from the things that these guys drop, right? The worms. Full points. Gear is more important. Okay. I thought I heard something in an earlier episode about, or I don't know where I heard this, source amnesia, but I thought somebody mentioned that you get more accessory slots in expert mode. I assume you get that same slot in master, or is master like, no, we're going to make it even harder, we're not going to give you the extra accessory slot, and the game will be more difficult. Oh, the arrows you can make out of the... I forget what it's called. Seven slots. Oh, that's cool. Yikes, that was almost super dangerous. I didn't realize how bad those fish enemies hurt. I'm gonna run out my Spelunker potion and then we'll go see what's going on. It doesn't seem like that NPC has spawned yet. Is there some other thing I have to do to get it to spawn? That's pretty cool. I think like getting all the accessories is one of my favorite parts of this game anyway. Especially with the ability to merge them. I think that's one of the smartest ideas that they added since I last played like 8 years ago or whatever. It's very cool. I guess I could probably start working on building a arena for Plantera is the name of the boss, right? As long as it's in the underground jungle, just mirror a normal arena, kind of like I did with Skeletron outside the dungeon. Hey, how's it going, Weapons? Yeah. I think I mean, what's fun about this game for me is the progression. Like, you give me Metroidvania style progression on top of the open world crafting stuff, and it's ticket to success for me. Oops, well, whatever, I'll fix that later. Cavern level arena. Okay, so if it shows up and it says underground, it's gone too high. Okay. Sure. Yeah, Plantera. I always joke whenever my wife and I go to Panera Bread, Plantera Bread. This loaf. Doughboys from hell. Must be doing something wrong here. Biome's right. I can't use like mushroom grass seeds on the grass underneath the house, right? Is that the problem? Guide's definitely here. Let me go check on my horizontal tunnel real quick. That's crazy. I haven't attempted Plantera yet, I just got to that stage of progression. Second line of mud maybe is needed. Mushroom grass seeds. Yeah, I just got that drop. Bognox. Yeah, I got 1 seed while I was down here. I'll check in a second though. 2 seeds. Stand corrected. Corruption or Crimson could be too close, or another NPC took the house. Oh, really? That's unfortunate. So once I ran out of seeds, I wouldn't be able to recreate it, basically. I guess I could try to destroy the Crimson over there. Let me see if this works. I guess I've never tested this. Can you have dirt as the floor of a house? Is it gonna get all mad at you if you do that? Suitable. To make an entire house out of dirt, I see. Okay, trying to think what I want to do here. I do want to build that second inventory you were talking about, so it's I've got a bunch of jungle spores. What were the other items I needed for it? $30 bones, 30 shadow scales, 15 spores. Okay. Put shadow scales under gems? I haven't used them in so long. Oh god. 2 shadow scales needed. Alright. That's worm food, right? Which is not a can of worms. Oh, Brain of Cthulhu might work? Okay. It would be nice to fight that because I haven't fought it yet, so you can go do that. Make that second inventory, and I'll try to get the item from the steampunker to cleanse the biome in the block area near my underground mushroom biome. Is it okay being near hollow? It just won't be near evil biomes? The NPC, I mean? Rip the mushroom biome to jungle. Okay. So nice destroying those in one tick. Changes everything. Oh, I gotta train that for it. Hold up. Calm down, everybody. Don't fuck up my torches, please. Thank you. Alright, here we go. Oops. Guessing because I'm not in hard mode, I don't need to worry too much about building an arena for it. I guess I should dig a hole out of here so I'm not having to fight it in this tiny area here. Crimson Rod, Keen Rotted Fork. Oh, it's really. It's like a boss in Link to the Past. That's pretty cool. So he like teleports around and disappears and stuff. I thought he was going to be the exact same as Eater of Worlds, just Crimson themed. It's pretty cool. Crimtane and tissue sample 28. How much tissue sample was I already sitting on earlier? Probably 0, right? I guess you just get 28 per kill, so I gotta kill at least one more. Alright. Let's see. Worm food. 30 vial powder, 15 rotten chunk. How many chunks do I have? 18. Vial powder is... Vial mushroom and an alchemy table. I only have 3 though. Oh, it might be enough, right? Or was it? It's 30, isn't it? Okay. Well, I'll go to the corruption real quick. Yeah, I'm gonna try to figure it out on my own. Welcome to discuss like secret strats like that and hide. You type exclamation point hide before your message. Chat can see it, but I will not be able to see it. I will ask some direct questions that's fine to respond to outside of hide. Closer are we? Further. Close you now. Oh, well, that's fine. I think it's like over here. Yeah, or the previous one. Posited my head. Oh, here we go. Perfect. Thanks, trash. Like an extra inventory slot. Looking for mushrooms. Oh, I didn't realize that you had to specifically mine them. Okay. That's probably why I don't have a bajillion of them from running around on the surface doing this over and over. The surface chest of anything I care about now? No. No worries, Wevins. Everybody's got different rules. Just being helpful. Maybe I can knock him away. Weird. Hide lets chat see your message, but I will not be able to see it. So you can talk about stuff that I might not have encountered yet without giving it away for me. Yeah. Still think that Twitch needs to add spoiler tags like 4 years ago. It should be really high on their feature priority list. Hide's kind of a janky solution. Should be more than enough. Then I have to make the summon item at an altar, right? Jeez, I know I broke some of them. I don't remember where the rest of them are. I think there might be... I don't know if there's one that's visible from my tunnel down here. Yeah, the chat you're seeing on screen is what I can see. Corrupt or Crimson Altar will work. So you have to kill this boss at least twice. If altars are clearly visible on the map. Oh, there's one. Sweet. Oh, Reishi the Truffle has arrived. Sweet. It is finished. There's one. I'm gonna put some doors as exits from these tunnels later. Yeah, if you want, you can use that SP to vote for the next game we're gonna play. Guess I'll give my spiel while I'm setting this up here. Hey guys, I'm Marstead. Trying to beat every awesome game ever made. That includes Terraria. Definitely counts as an awesome game. You can see a list of all the games we've played on stream so far if you click the games panel below the channel. It's a spreadsheet with YouTube playlists for everything we've ever done for the last 6 years, so like several thousand hours of backlog content if that's your bag. And you can vote for the next game we're going to play at that same link. There's some commands you can type in chat. Terraria is on the voting spreadsheet. We'll commit to beating all bosses. I think is going to be our beat condition for this one once it wins the vote. But if you're just hanging out, lurking, that's cool. Good to have you. What's what mods are for? Thanks to folks who vote for the game that they're championing whenever I mention the voting spreadsheet. I really appreciate that. I see you. Jeez. It's shredded now, that's great. What a treat. That feels pretty satisfying to do. Because if I had piercing arrows, it would be even more busted, right? Should do a thing where if someone puts in a game that's not on the voting spreadsheet that it gets logged. I should be able to do that at least. That way if a lot of walk-ins end up saying Rocket League or the same game or something, I can keep track of that. Piercing arrows would erase the boss. Alright, that's enough shadow scales. So that time I got 34s, so maybe it's not a guaranteed requirement to kill 2 of them. So I'm sorry, it's bones, jungle spores, and shadow scales, right? I think I have bones and are ranged weapons? Ammo, maybe? Oh, yeah. We're good on bones, it turns out. Where the hell did I put jungle spores? That's gonna be oh, first try. What do you craft that at? Is it a specific crafting table? Right, this is a thing. Oh, Scarlet's here. I didn't realize she had moved in. Right, I moved my guide. It's back at the demon altar? Okay. Of course. Yeah, I wonder what a beat condition for Rocket League would be. It's exclusively multiplayer, right? There's no, like, single-player campaign? Could work as a, like a free play game. We do that sometimes. Subscribers on Twitch and Patreon can recommend a game for me to play for about an hour a week. So sometimes folks have put unbeatable multiplayer focused games on there. Played a tiny amount of Rocket League off stream, so that wouldn't be completely blind. I had a friend here where I live that was super into it, tried to get me into it. But it's definitely not the kind of game you want to play with someone who's good at it when you're not good at it. If that makes sense. That doesn't feel great. There is a single player. Really? Interesting. So if I were able to play with evenly skilled people, I might enjoy it more. Well, I guess the game has been out so long now. How hard is it to find an evenly skilled person? get a division up in multi. That's an interesting theory. Void bag. Summons the void vault. Pick up items when your inventory is full. That's cool. And you can only have one of those? That's really awesome. Thank you for telling me that existed. I wouldn't have looked for it otherwise. If there's any other significant quality of life improvements like that, especially around like inventory space, move speed, anything that's a passive that I can just have in my inventory, like these devices, feel free to just tell me. To me, sifting through potential crafting recipes at the guide is not super compelling for me to do, at least not on stream. Maybe I'll spend some time on the wiki. I just don't want to spoil stuff for myself, you know? It's my main thing I'm trying to avoid. I do dearly wish that I could make placeholders in chests. Everything else about this game is perfect. It's too bad development's over, because if they could just add that, I would be so happy. It's the money trough. Yeah, when does Journey's End come out on console? I picked up... My dad also has played Terraria as a mental health support game. Way back in the day, like 4 years ago or so. So I picked up Terraria for him on Switch since he doesn't have a gaming PC anymore, and I was surprised to see that this patch isn't available on it yet. Oh, that's a cool looking NPC. Sup? Jerks like you come in while I'm sleeping and steal my children. Of having so much room to myself. Love Seth the Guide for being able to talk to me about not mysteriously getting hungry. Mushroom spear, ham mush. Oh, can I get this pretty early in the game? Mushroom cap. Summon a baby truffle. Dark blue solution. Spreads the glowing mushroom. Oh, that's how you spread the biome. Pylon. Teleport to another pylon. 2 villagers are nearby. You only place 1 per type and in the matching biome. Oh. Is this how they made people feel better about the happiness system? Now you can kind of warp around the map as a reward for placing your NPCs in interesting areas instead of just making a gigantic, lame condo. That's pretty cool. So how do I get a normal pylon to place by my house? Yeah. There's one during Good Joke, too. Doesn't always work. I used to get timed right. So how does his deal work with upgrading, how do I get him to upgrade my chlorophyte? Pair of shopkeeper who likes the forest is someone they like, far away from other people. How far away is far away? Like, does the top of my condo count? Oh, so I have to beat Plantera. So it might be worth still building a chlorophyte armor set for the Plantera fight and then upgrading after that. 125 blocks away from any other NPCs. Yeah, it's not gonna cut it then. That's cool. I'm glad that exists in the game. An enchanted nightcrawler. I think I caught one of those. Okay. Let me see how much chlorophyte I'm sitting on right now. Okay, I might be all right. Well, that doesn't produce that many bars. Yeah, let's just do it out of abundance of caution here. Greaves are 18. Max mana, melee damage, range damage. Chance to not consume ammo is a benefit of the helmet itself. It's the set bonus. Summon a powerful leaf crystal to shoot at nearby enemies. Oh, that's cool. I'm really excited about this void bag. Oh, I see. And then that shows me... Oh, that's cool. Nice. Is there a thing that does that for the safe as well, then? Bring some food. I go try to build a arena for Plantera. Oh, it's no worries. Hey, Muffin, how you doing? Money trap for the piggy bank. I missed if somebody answered. Does that drop from the dripplers? I know somebody mentioned something about the piggy bank when I was doing a blood moon earlier. The duplicate safe on the ground anywhere. Sure, it works the same as a second piggy bank, right? So I could have a safe in my base and then have another safe in my piggy bank if I wanted to get really silly. I'll do some contaminator stuff later. So this is definitely caverns. It's definitely safe. Skipped an upgrade tier. I skipped hallowed gear, so see how much of a difference that ends up making. Oh, you're kind to say so. Another meteorite. Well, it didn't fall somewhere stupid. Kind of tried to curate a small community on purpose. Like if somebody popped in and gave me a host for a few thousand people, I don't know if I would be super happy. At least the product I'd be providing would change after that point. I gave a talk on this at PAX West a few years ago. That like even if you had your most... Everyone in your chat was, oh, that was freaking great. Love that. Rock Golem then. If everyone in your chat was the most intelligent, reasonable, thoughtful viewer, and you had 200 of them at the same time, the chat would move too fast for you to be able to carry on a conversation anymore. Right. No fault of any members of chat, just a technology limitation. And there's a couple things you can do to kick the can down the road, like turning on slow mode or subscriber only mode or whatever, but I feel like as a community grows on this platform, it eventually devolves into whatever the hive mind can say. It's not that one is better than the other. It's like, you know, mom and pop shops versus Amazon and Walmart. Like, there are definitely things that I don't want to go to a mom and pop shop for. I much prefer to go to Walmart or Amazon, where it's a lot easier. There are no water candles in my world, it looks like. I think I might have to make a second world to go find a dungeon that has one. I don't know if it's a drunk world thing, but we explored the whole place and didn't see any. This is going to take a while to mine out this area for this arena. So because the Plantera bulbs spawn in different areas of the dungeon, you can't just kind of make one catch-all Plantera arena and try to lure the boss to it, right? Unless if you have a way to get there without taking it through a different biome. Does it stay enraged if you take it to a bad biome and then bring it back to where it's supposed to be? Or I'm wondering if I could go up to my tunnel and then work my way to this arena. That can be crafted. Interesting. Interesting choice, Fairy. spawns off screen so you can run for the arena. Okay. How do you make a regular candle? I don't know if I've gotten one. Water or a sink nearby? I really like this little familiar that's automatically firing stuff. That's pretty nice for dealing with little annoying enemies like the jungle bats. It's like they're not difficult to deal with, they're just a pain. I see. Well, I guess, yeah. Provided that I've tunneled correctly or can quickly get out of the area I'm currently in. So I guess if the bulbs spawned, like, here, getting over to this arena quickly would be difficult without going through my, my horizontal tunnel. Daedalus Storm. Buckets to help with that lava up there, I assume. I really hope I don't get turtles harassing me during this boss fight. Pretty dangerous. Can I do anything to, like, manage the spawn rate down here? I know I have the... I can't bring the lawnmower down here and mow the grass in the jungle, right? It's just normal grass only. So I got a second turtle shell, so that's cool. Oh, really? So I've just been really unlucky with the special mimics, right? So I've gotten basically nothing but hooks, and that one... I guess that one melee weapon seems like it's pretty good. I don't know how much big of an area I need here. I'm just gonna mine out as much space as possible. Oh, so even if I have walls in the background, this will still be the jungle? Because I was worried about making this not be a jungle anymore. That was my big fear. Pink torch, gold bars. Torchless pink. Oh, I do have pink gel from the first enemy I killed. One of the first enemies that spawned on my map was a pinky. So jungle, whether or not something's a biome is determined more by the blocks in it, not the background walls. Or background walls don't matter at all, basically. Oh, I'm mining out the jungle grass right now with what I'm currently doing. Okay. How, what is a... So if you're in an area that's just complete empty space in underground, how does it know what biome to be? Is it based on what the nearby biomes are? Dungeon and jungle temple care about background walls. Okay. Okay, I'm getting close to the point where I'm going to start building my platforms and feeling good about it. I see. What does the jungle background look like then? I guess I'm not seeing, as long as I'm not seeing the parallax background change and I'm flying around, it should be okay, right? Like over here, it's changing to crimson, which is bad. Wonder if I should try to contain this area with hay or something. So we don't want to go over to this wall during the fight, or we're gonna have a bad time, basically. Okay, well, let me grab some hay. I'll try to stabilize it here. We put a moss hornet banner down there, would be nice. Ooh, what's this? Neat. Probably can make a separate yo-yos only box. Excellent contaminator use case. I'll give it a try. Okay. Who should go with the steampunker? Do things that decrease ammo usage affect the resource that you need for the contaminator? Oh, that's cool. I can save some money that way too. Painter is the best NPC. Okay. This housing is suitable. Fusion. They'll live in Hollow, though. For them to move, I just have to leave the area and then come back, basically. Painter. Interesting. I assume that the Hollow was a, like, happily themed corruption biome and that it was still kind of a bad thing and that you'd want to remove it. Or is it just the evil biome that is like that? Only move at night. Okay. Well, I still have some more work I can do in there. Okay. Pink torch is pink gel. And just wood, basically? Pink torch. And then what do I combine that with for the peace candle? Yeah. Try to scroll up. chat here. Gold bars. Is there a particular crafting station for it? Let's see. Oh, vicious powders tracks over. Here we go. Peace candle. Makes surrounding creatures less hostile. How does this work? Is it like an area buff where you just need one of them? Okay, I guess so. And then let me grab some hay. So you don't, multiple don't stack. You just want to have, you want to see the buff basically. Probably want to get a campfire and a heart crystal down there too, but I'll wait for NPCs to move. I use the contaminator. Doesn't stack with extra candles. Okay. I'll be sad if the upgrade from the truffle NPC doesn't keep the summon ability or the ammo save ability. Inherently suppressing non-event spawns near themselves. Oh, so putting an NPC down here for the boss fight might help too a little bit. It's funny. Could it be on like a shelf or something? I feel like this thing is a really nice protection against if I'm attacked by just one of those turtles. Because it'll hit them and stop their spin attack. Making a U-shaped gap should be pretty good too, right? Quarantine it the way I did my base earlier. See ya. Thanks for watching. Yeah, you don't want to tune in tomorrow. It's not going to be fun. But Terraria will be back next week, Monday. Check my schedule to see what games I'm playing if you're interested. I am building a arena for Plantera, who I've never fought before. I'm trying to quickly quarantine it. So many enemies. Where was the edge of my arena over here? Over here? It'll help me to visualize the area I've quarantined if I go through and put some hay blocks on the edge of it. I don't need them. I'd say 10. Oh, because it put it in the void bag is why it was purple and made a noise. That's cool. Like, why are we so excited about a granite block? Area still looks like it wants to count itself as hollow, or crimson. But I guess that's why we're moving the steampunker to get the ammo to purify that over there, so we're not having to worry about it mid-fight here, right? Okay, let's see. Probably want to get the bricklayer and bring that back here in a second. Where does the pink candle buff drop off? Down here, okay. Go see if she's already moved when I head up there. I bring bricklayer and quick stack to nearby chests is the greatest mechanic in the history of video games. No, zero hyperbole. Okay. We want bricklayer and portable cement mixer. We want to see. It looks like they finished moving. Greatest quality of life mechanic in the history of video games. Especially in comparison to the way chess used to work in the before times. Plenty of room just for me, some good steam engines. Luigi the Painter's a likable sword, helps me through some of my inventions. So she's close to max happiness, I guess. Static hook. Platinum. Hot damn. Okay. Creates and destroys biomes when sprayed. Uses a colored solution. Spreads hollow. So I don't want it to be hollow, right? It still needs to be... Does she have a thing that spreads something else? Like just removes the current biome, basically? Negative paint. Ah, I didn't realize there were new paint options. Move her back. Oh, does the thing she sells change based on the biome she's in? So I wouldn't be able to get the best discount since she has to be in a biome she doesn't like. Or I guess I could de-hollow the area immediately around her and then move her back to get a discount for the rest of it, just buy a little bit of solution to start, maybe. Guess we'll see how it works. Oh, she moved already. Isn't so bad. No problem. I am jolly good. So I moved her far enough away from everybody else. Jetpack. Huh. I assume that's just not any better than these boots or the wings. Green solution, 25 silver. Okay, yeah. I can see how that adds up pretty fast. I don't know how much you get from one spray, so I'm just gonna get like 100 of it. It's raining. Let me get my... And it's nighttime. Replant this stuff later. Marginal upgrade over my current wings, but not great at that price. Okay. Oh, I should get the... You said ammo buffs work with the thing? Let's see how this works. Whoa! That is awesome. Holy crap. Wow. Okay. I don't know what I was expecting, but it wasn't that. Expecting very slow. How many blocks is that covering? Jeez. Is that enough that just with my existing way that I've divided up the map with my surface shafts that I could get rid of hollow entirely from this area? It's hard to see how deep it's going. Oh, is that revealing the map too because of the light effect down there? That's pretty awesome. Big fan. Blocks. That's incredible. That's so cool. Oh, I guess I can tell whether it's covered it or not because of the remaining shadowed area, huh? Well then. Are there other stacking ammo saving boosts I can get? The archery potion doesn't do that, does it? No. Okay, yeah, so you can tell whether it's covered based on the shadow, I guess. Potion for ammo saving, but it requires fishing. I see. I might be able to fully quarantine the hollow in this area. I guess the problem is my quarantine is like right there, so I'd have to build another tunnel nearby. Now it's... Okay, so she still considers this area hollow, I guess? Is it because of proximity to hollow? Weird. It's a decent discount. Okay, so Contaminator might be something I do off stream. I'm not going to try to focus on completely cleaning it here. But now that I understand how it works and I can see that it pretty much reveals the map, I might try to keep the nasty biomes underground, basically. Yeah, but I can't get the discount. She seems to still be stocking the hollow stuff. Under her to the left is probably the hollow she detects. Okay. Will I know when the rain stops being green, I guess? Yeah, that burns through your savings pretty fast. Yikes. I also bought more than I intended to. Oops. Probably ended up not mattering now, but... Hi, Happy Death. How you doing? I'm doing alright. Enjoying this game very much. Oh, right. Still thinks it's hollow, it looks like. It's like over here? Probably good at the house. There we go. Do I have to wait for her to move now? Alright, well I think I have enough since I overbought solution that I can clean up the Plantera arena. Do that now. That's a really cool mechanic though. I'm happy that they added that. Because I think when I played back in like 2011, purification powder was your only choice. So you could do it, but it was going to be like hundreds of hours. This is the drunk seed, so it's got both. Oh, it's so satisfying to do. Now, part of the problem is that in the process of it converting the jungle into corruption, it also de-jungled it, right? So now it's instead of it being dirt, or instead of it being mud, it's dirt, and now the mud has to slowly spread to it, I guess. Yeah, I'm new to the game. I might ask some specific tips, but if you'd like to discuss things that I don't know about yet with chat, you can type !hide for your message. Chat will be able to see it, and I will not be able to see it. If I ask directly, you're welcome to !provide some help, tips, but Exclamation point hide. So there's chlorophyte nearby, the mud won't spread on its own. How nearby does it have to be? It still sounds like it's playing the evil biome music here, even though the background is right. I don't know which wins, parallax or the music. Dirt doesn't suppress jungle so long as there's jungle grass nearby. Okay, thank you. Did I bring the bricklayer? I did. Good job, past me. Is there a combined accessory with the bricklayer? Maybe with the thing that lets you place walls faster? I do like that the color on the item pickup lets you know that it's a new item that you didn't already have in your main inventory. All the traveling salesman placement tools combined. Oh, which one am I missing? I have bricklayer and cement mixer. Is there a third one? Oh god, that's new. Let's get this off the bar. I accidentally use any of that. Would be bad. Extendo grip. I think I have the extendo grip. It increases your placement range, but not the speed. Okay, gotcha. Thank you. Fortunately, I do know this from yeah, it's a lot of gold. See what you're talking about. What was I gonna say? Shoot. Oh, right. The smart cursor will not let you automatically replace wall blocks, unfortunately. So it'll still autofill empty space, but you have to manually hover over walls or remove them with a hammer. So it's a little bit slower. Looks like even with all of this hay, we're still doing okay. Might just need to leave that center mass of jungle dirt. Does it care about the entire mass of mud, or does it only care about the top layer? Like, is it checking for a number of grass tiles? I'm not super clear. I'm not super sure that I follow the generation mechanism. What makes a biome? Can you make a really tiny biome? Some more gel later, make some more torches. Probably get rid of all of the silt regardless. I assume people have figured this out since you can generate your own artificial biomes, right? Tiles about jungle grass. You need to change the background and music when they go by into natural music and background. 140. Is that, and that's like visible on the screen? I'm just wondering if at some point while I'm removing this from my background wall that it's going to yell at me. grass and temple blocks count. Okay. So there being temple blocks on the ceiling is helping me in that respect. That's nice. So I might be able to make a couple of rows of mud, I guess. And then have little areas where I can transition between them with platforms. Mostly have it be a traditional platform arena. I'm over-preparing for this boss because folks said that it's pretty difficult. But at least once it's done, I'll be ready if I have to fight the boss again. Hi, Stonks. How you doing? Doing alright. This game is a blast to play. I'm really enjoying it. Oh, shit. Well, let's fix that. Maybe not. It looks like I deposited my wooden platforms. Oops. I probably don't need to replace all the background walls too. Peace candles will probably help enough. I've already noticed the enemy spawn seems to be going down as the area has gotten more open. Probably don't need anywhere near as many layers of wooden platforms this time, since I have all of these mobility upgrades that I definitely wouldn't be fighting the boss without them. Actually, being able to fall further is probably a boon. I mean, a mash drop through platform has been kind of stressful in the past. Oh, interesting. I placed it and then it went into my bag. Okay, well, I can still get it out, I guess. Probably fine. Make sure that this extends all the way up to the top. I want to put a door here. Come back with wood here in a second. Another cross necklace and a bunch of gold. I can up all that contaminator ammo. Okay, this will take a quick sec. I just gotta make up some space here. Put my tools away. Probably count the contaminator is that. This chest away. If I switch to melee, that's not a terrible drop. I think I already have some pretty good melee options. Loot all. It's very convenient. Yeah, I think I have a melee weapon that's like, where is it? I've got the bog knocks, which sounds like they're really good. And then, what's the other thing that I picked up? Maybe I deposited in the wrong chest. Jungle Rose, vanity item. Oh right, I put it back in here. Zealous Chain Guillotine, 62 melee damage. Seems like that's pretty decent. Butterfly dust. No idea what dropped that. get a bunch of wood out. Keep the mud. Good for attacking from behind cover, that makes sense. Okay, I think I'm about as ready as I'm gonna be. Let me see if there's any other utility potions that I might want to bring. Got my archer potions is the big one. I have an ability to make the yo-yo bag that combines all the buffs. What goes into an iron skin potion? And swiftness, I guess. Because I still have some arena maintenance to do here, but then I can work back and make those really quick. Tableaus. Okay. Oh, I forgot a door. I guess I can make one. Figure out where this music is triggering. Make sure we don't fight from there. It's so weird. Why is it still doing that? It still detects some garbage nearby. Yikes. Even after trying to contaminate it. But it's like here. Brick placement would be nice for this, but that's okay. I didn't realize blocks could attach as long as there was background wall. Interesting. So I'm usually mining all of this out long before I start trying to make a pillar like this. Yeah, that's great. This summon is really nice quality of life. I think, again, source amnesia, I don't know if somebody mentioned it in a previous episode or I saw it somewhere else, but it sounds like one of the sets you can get gives you a buff that makes you ignore damage taken. It's like you automatically dodge the next attack you take, and then it lasts for indefinitely and takes like 10 seconds to regenerate or something like that. So it seems like that's really good for the way a lot of these boss fights go, where you might get hit every 10 seconds or so, and that hurts really, really bad to get hit even once. Background walls on the surface just have mounting points per blocks. 45% damage reduction. Yeah, kind of CrossFit is like an Utsu Semi kind of ability. Oh, that's hollowed. Seems pretty good. Hey, let's kill this guy real quick. Star Cloak, neat. Make a door, but I definitely don't want to go through it. Oh, another. What is with all of the mimics over here? So I should kill them whenever I see them, even if it's just for the gold drops, it sounds like. Don't go through here during the boss fight. It's not to inadvertently change the biome. It's probably fine. Make sure I can get to it if I double jump. Okay, it more than can. Should have kept the brick layer for this because it totally affects the placement of platforms. Oh well. It would take more time for me to go back and get it. I guess I can try to keep stuff like that in the void bag since it's easier, less of a hassle to access than the piggy bank, which is kind of a pain in the butt. Now, is my current defense reduction ammo going to be okay for this boss, or does it benefit from piercing? Is there another kind of ammo that's maybe better to go for instead? Okay. Hopefully it'll last with all these other buffs. Accidentally drill out that lava during the boss fight, right? Had the vision of it happening. I shouldn't be drilling during the fight. Something would have to go really wrong for me to do that. Yeah, I definitely prefer having consequences for dying. I remember playing this game way back in the day and corpse running stuff, and it didn't feel fun. Strange brew. I think I bought the yo-yo glove already. I don't remember though. May as well get the unique counterweights in case I ever try a yo-yo build in the future. 50 gold's expensive. Maybe I didn't buy it. I can't even afford it anymore, can I? I guess with what I have in savings, it would bankrupt me. I'll look for them in the future. Can I make glorified arrows already? Is that even a thing I can do? Look at the enemy spawn rates reduced down here just from mining out all the blocks, so... Or they're getting stuck on these walls outside, and that's suppressing them. Either way, I'm happy with it. Sure, that makes sense. Almost ready. Run home, grab home buffs really quick. We'll start. Maybe make the iron skin and swiftness potions. This looks pretty good to me, though. Should I be worried that non-jungle enemies are spawning in here? Even though it has the right parallax and music? Okay, so we said Daybloom, iron, was it? shoot, where did that tool go? But I had deposited up top. Regrowth wand, where'd you go? Guess I can just make it with the stuff I have right now. Cactus blink root, daybloom iron lead. Okay, thanks. Might be in there. Yeah, that's where it was. Okay. Monster drops. Oh, that's been sitting there for a while. Okay. Plant all this later. You there. Oh, I need to make another one of these. Alright. I gotta move that eventually, too. It's gonna equip the B minecart. The minecarts are just vanity objects, right? They don't actually do anything. So we said daybloom, blink roots. I keep everything. Is there a reason to throw out accessories? I don't know if there's like branching paths for stuff. Your cactus, iron. Where's my cactus? There it is. Thank you for feeding the kitties, Andrea.
They are starving.
Oh, crying so loud. Yeah, there's not like a storage limit in the game, is there? Swiftness. Okay, and then I thought I had the iron bars. Is iron ore, not bars? Do have some lead ore. There it is. Iron skin. That's what you were saying the other day, that's a reason to keep the ore instead of just turning it into bars, but that's like the only example in the game where it matters. I accidentally deposited swiftness potions in the wrong thing there. Let's see if I can find them. Oh, whatever. I should only need... Oh, I guess I had more than 30. That was the problem. Okay. Never mind. Okay. I feel like I'm ready. Let's give it a shot. Iron, lead, gold, platinum, ore have alchemy uses. Chlorophyte can be used as seeds. That's it. Whoa, that's pretty silly looking. So there might be a minecart upgrade that is faster than the unicorn, because right now the unicorn's about 10 miles per hour faster. Oh, expert only. Okay. I'm as ready as I'm gonna be. Eat the food too. Okay, looks like it. Plantera has awoken. Whoa, gnarly. Cool music. Oh, it's very Pantera-y, this song. I assume that's on purpose. Cool. Oh god, okay. That's a thing that just happened. This thing where I think if your mouse cursor is over your buff icons, you can't shoot anymore. Yeah. I guess that's not a problem if you're playing on 1080p. I just have it toned down so it's easy to see stuff. Great Southern Plant Kill. Yeah, it's a Plantera album. Great Southern Trend Kill. That wasn't so bad. I guess it was just the arena. I was expecting it to be a lot nastier. Oh, opens the jungle temple door. So that's the next progression, is go into the temple. Reach the impenetrable walls of the temple. Grenade launcher. It's range damage. It uses grenades as ammo? Rockets. Gamma the cyborg has arrived. Cool. Screams within the dungeon popped up too. Shoots rockets. Can I craft rockets? Or maybe that new cyborg NPC sells them? Oh, cyborg wants to live with the steampunker? Okay. Man, that hollow is still spreading. Moves shockingly fast. Move the painter back in here somewhere. What's up, buddy? This sentence is false, or is it? 75 copper. Absorbs liquid on impact. Oh, that's cool. So you can use that to get rid of lava quickly. Nanites. Mines deal triple damage when armed. Is a grenade launcher a guaranteed drop from Plantera? Oh, the spread of hollow crimson and corruption has been halved. Interesting. Does that make it so when they land they spread that dupe fluids? That's cool. Nice. Okay. No, the grenade launcher was asking if that was a 100% chance. So God, Ben, what are you doing? You okay, Ben? Chasing something? Sorry, my cat's crazy. I'll go do that then. This key, right? And you said the dungeon is harder now, too? Grenade launcher is guaranteed in the first kill, but after that it's 5 or 6 options. Okay, that's cool. Uh-oh. worked. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do this Contaminator thing off stream. I think I could totally do it, but it would take too much time to do it on stream. Be too slow. But I will definitely come back to it later. Remember where in the dungeon this chest was. Guess I could see if I can scope it out from my tunnel. So they're called biome chests, is that right? And there's a chance that any enemy in the biome drops it, basically. And it was a super rare drop that I got. Let me see. I know there's some right near the entrance. Desert chest. Oh, it's at the entrance. Yeah, that's much safer. Let's do that. One in 2,500. Yeah, that's pretty rare. Played enough games where you're realistically expected to farm for like a 1 in 5,000 drop chance. It's given me a really good intuition for how ridiculous. So you should never play the lottery. Like, I knew that before playing old school RuneScape, but after farming for a very, very long time for a Dragon Warhammer, which is a 1 in 5k drop, looking at lottery odds just makes me scream. Wait, isn't that the desert chest? Hollowed chest, shit. Thought I got it in the desert, but I guess it was the hollowed desert. Let me get somewhere safe then real quick, hold on. Tombstone. It's gonna look like a 4x4, right? Hollowed chest, okay. 2 or 3 biome keys? I'm pretty sure it's the only one I've gotten. I don't remember depositing any other ones. Definitely seen 2 or 3. Let me just put a door down here. Definitely seen 2 or 3 biome chests, but I don't think I found them. Oh, does that truffle guy now sell the thing that I need to upgrade my chlorophyte bars? It's not there, right? Big booty. Rainbow gun. Shadow key. Oh, I can take the chest. That's cool. Nice. Rainbow gun. 47 magic damage. Slow speed, weak knockback. Shoots a rainbow that deals continuous damage. That's kind of awesome. So you just have to cast it the one time, and it just does damage as things bump into it? That's really cool. I can see that being super cheesy, too. It's a decent magic weapon to have for a character that's not built for magic, because I could just place it at the start of the fight and then start doing shit, right? And it's just free damage the rest of the time? Or does it dissipate after it deals a certain amount of damage or something? Very cool. Rockets might already be at their minimum cost, right? Hollow chest I got a couple weeks ago, I think. What do you think I am? Unit 472-6? It appears I appreciate that. Rocket 3. Will not destroy tiles. Oh, you can get rockets that do destroy tiles. It can cost less of cyborgs in the snow, but it would make the steam bunker less happy. I guess they're not that bad. So like a silver a piece. It's not free, but... $20 seconds or until you shoot it again. Okay, that could be pretty good then. Cool. So does that explode if it hits something? Yup. Yes, it does. Sorry, bunny. Holy hand grenade of Antioch. Alright, let's go talk to Truffle Guy. I'll bring some... I guess you just have to buy an item from him, right? He doesn't... It's a thing that he sells you, not a thing that you need to bring to him. I think you're thinking of me seeing the frozen chest. I saw it pretty early. I'm like, oh, what's this frozen key thing? It's from the Chlorophyte armor set. Hamash auto hammer converts chlorophyte bars into shroomite bars. So it would usually cost a platinum, but because of the happiness discount, it's only 79 gold. Oh, that thing's tall. Yikes. Okay. It's a pretty cool looking device. It's weird that he sells it, but okay. Shroomite bars. Something else that have to get combined with it to make shroomite. Oh, large amounts of glowing mushrooms. Okay, I'm like, I feel like I have enough glowing mushrooms to last me the rest of the game. Gotcha. Ooh, I like the look of it. Okay, so definitely need to start harvesting more of those. Got it. Should be able to without too much trouble. Shroomite digging claw. Huh. How does that compare to like a drill? Looks like it's the same pickaxe power. Shroomite leggings, breastplate. Ooh, I like the look of the gear. It's really cool looking. Bullet damage, range, critical strike chance. Rocket damage. Oh, it's all ranged based? Oh, that's kind of cool. It's faster than drills. Oh, and it works with mining buffs like drills do not? Cool. Seems worth it. I guess I'm mostly using arrows right now, so I'll take the headgear. I'll probably eventually get all of them. And I'll probably also get rid of this hat because this gear looks really cool. Can I hide these? Whoa. Not moving puts you in stealth, increasing ranged ability and reducing chance of enemies to target you. That's pretty cool. I can hide my accessories, right? I think I'm gonna do that. So each of the different helmets gives you a different set bonus, I suppose. Yeah, that's my branding of Indigo right there. Big fan. Okay, let's see. Could I go get some more glowing mushrooms? They all give you that stealth bonus. I see. So that's just the set bonus. Sure. Did not realize. I was like, why did they add so many glowing mushrooms to the game? Like, I feel like there's more than enough for me to make more potions than I would ever use in multiple playthroughs of the game. I wonder which came first. If it was that they added too many glowing mushrooms and they're like, shit, we need to add something to do with this. So I kind of want to keep my it wasn't a waste to build the glorified set because it gives me a ammo savings that I could use when I'm doing the Plantaminator, I suppose. Per piece effects for range are about as good as it gets for this point in the game. Okay, that's cool. Can I chop down these big mushroom trees to get? Whoa, that was fast. Holy shit. Okay, yeah, that's different, and that's without any mining boosts. So if I use the mining potion and wear the mining set, crazier. So I don't need any of the other helmets for now, unless if I really end up using the rocket launcher a lot. Okay, so Jungle Temple is the next stage of progression. Technically there are new enemies in the underworld and in the dungeon, right? Is that just to farm for drops, or is there anything to do in those places? Dungeon is all drop farms. Is that the same for the new enemies that are underground, basically? Jungle Temple's progression, okay. I'll go scope it out then. Let's go. How's this farm going, by the way? Not bad. Oops. So I'm guessing that stealth effect is really nice if you're playing in multiplayer and someone else has a... Wasn't there like a ring or something earlier that makes enemies more likely to target you? Just kind of stand still and burn the boss down. I think now that I understand how happiness works, I could just do that off stream, because it sounds like everyone's gonna build them in the same places, right? Like there's an ideal biome and combination of NPCs for everyone. Lizard chair. Temple Raider. Oh, is the door just open now? Okay. Defeat Golem, the stone-faced ritualistic idol of the Lizard tribe. It's really actually make more torches before I go too far here. Oh god, there's traps in here. Don't look like I can trivially destroy. So this is like hard mode dungeon, right? Dungeon 2, Electric Boogaloo. The rainbow doesn't go through the ground, does it? Try that. No. Let's see. Oh, what happened to all my gel? Shoot, did I move it by accident at some point? I think I'm blind and just missing it there. That's potentially a problem. Okay. So I hope I didn't take it out with me somewhere and then like die in lava and completely forget about it. Seeing traps, just pre-placed wires at all times just from being in your bag. Oh. Do I have access to all those tools to make that thing right now? Because that sounds great. I would do that now if it's possible to do now. So that's the ruler and what else? All the wrenches. But she sells a mechanical lens. Thanks for the tip. Okay. Multicolor wrench. $60 wire. Okay. Thanks. Can you craft wire? It looks like I only have the 35. I'm gonna have to just get it from traps in the in-game world. Google it really quick. Oh, you can buy it? Okay. The Grand Design allows ultimate control over wires. Right-click while holding to edit wire settings. So you're saying just having that in my inventory will show me traps? Seems pretty nutty. I got all my torches now, so... Buy wire or harvest it from the world. Okay. Oh, that's convenient. Yeah, that seems like that's pretty useful to have. Thanks. That is a nice quality of life side grade. Cut wire mode works anywhere on the screen. Holy crap. Now, do you only have to cut one bit of wire in order to disable a trap? Okay, I need to understand how this actually works. Right-click while holding to edit wire settings. Oh, I see. Whoa, that's a cool interface. Interesting. Oh, that's so wonderful, man. So this has not been in the game as long as there have been mechanisms, right? They added this much later. I guess that makes building your own base with all kinds of crazy contraptions a lot more tolerable. Isn't there like a teleporter that the steampunker sells that you have to manually move stuff around? Oh, do I get it when I cut it? I didn't realize that. Okay. Don't have to tell me twice. Did this tool exist before or after this dungeon was added? It's pretty sweet. Solar tablet fragment 2. Is that to trigger a solar eclipse on your own, without having to wait for it to trigger naturally or something? I guess the invisibility is pretty nice, actually, for me moving through this area slowly. These guys are like the reptites in Chrono Trigger. Oh, that's a chest. Lizard power cell uses the Lizard altar. Lizard furnace used for special crafting. Solar tablet. Neat, thanks. Yeah, I thought it was a pot. Just been kind of ignoring those. That's pretty cool, I gotta say. Hey, thanks for the raid, Archery. Let me pause a second for open in here. Thanks for the raid, Archery. Assume you're playing Terraria just now? Appreciate it. Oh, you can't hurt yourself with the grenade launcher. Okay. I did not catch that. Just won't destroy blocks, basically. I see, that's another chest there. Smart power cell. Okay, detecting a pattern here. Archery potions are for arrows only, right? They don't work with kill Discord real quick, sorry. No one plays medium core. I like it. I don't like. I remember when I played this game way back in the day. I think they had character difficulty at that time. Oh, actually, I know what the problem is. Why I'm getting alerts. 1 second. Pop out. I just gotta kill Discord on the game PC. My bad. Opened it temporarily for watch party last weekend. Anyway, I like medium core because I don't like being able to like corpse rush bosses or corpse rush anything. I like feeling like death is significant, and it's still, you know, unless if you die in lava, you can still get your stuff back most of the time. But kind of having that tension while I play makes it feel like It's more interesting to me, personally. Can I not just mine out the spikes? Oh, I totally can. Okay, good. What's before the end of stream? I actually did have that happen. Was doing some off-stream chest organization right when hard mode started, and I had a really frustrating goblin invasion trigger, and the summoner mob kept like spawning in my house and killing me over and over. I died like 100 times just trying to like put my stuff away, keep it in place. It was tolerable. It was just pretty annoying. I'm kind of surprised there's not a way to cancel an invasion prematurely. It seems like you can do things to avoid solar eclipses and blood moons and that kind of thing. Fortunately, I died. I had my spawn point set right next to my chest that had all my stuff in it, so I was able to just kind of deposit stuff in there and then slowly whittle my way through it. But yeah, I would say that wasn't fun. I don't think I'd ever do hardcore. I'm not interested in losing all my character and all the work. I guess with hardcore it's not so bad because the world still exists, or do people typically also do a hard mode world where the world gets destroyed when you die? Diablo style hard mode, hardcore, where you like can set aside some of your stuff, rebuild with your second best piece of every kind of gear. I mean, like, the community has chosen to delete the world when dying in hardcore, or like that's the actual in-game mechanic that occurs? Red potion. I still haven't used one of those. I think someone said, do those only spawn in the Drunk World seed? Solar tablets. This seems quite a bit crazier when it comes to traps in the first dungeon. Okay, we'll have plenty of attempts on the Eclipse later if we want, it looks like. Oh, yikes, I don't know what got cleared, but if you type exclamation point hide before your message, chat can see it and I will not be able to see it. I'm trying to avoid spoilers for the most part. I will be asking for a lot of direct help, and it's okay to answer a direct question, but if you're not sure about sharing something or you think it's obtuse and I wouldn't ask about it, feel free to bring it up in hide. Folks can let you know whether it's cool to share or not. No worries. It's too while I'm slowly working my way through this dungeon and taking out all these traps. If you're new to the channel, hey, I'm Marstead. I'm trying to beat every awesome game ever made. Click on the games link below the channel. There's a Google Doc with a list of YouTube playlists for every game we've ever played, including whether or not it was blind. Most of them were, whether we beat it yet. Several thousand hours of content if that's your bag. You can also see the earlier parts of this Terraria run. On that same link, there's a list of commands you can type in chat in order to vote for the next game we're going to play. Viewers get to choose the order in which we play games. Terraria is actually on the list, so if it wins the vote, we will play it until we beat it, and I'm defining the beat condition as defeating all bosses. I think that's pretty fair. But if you're just hanging out, lurking, that's totally cool. It's good to have you. Welcome. That's cool. I didn't even see what got cleared. That's what clear is for.
Good stuff.
Man, I know people were saying that invisibility is not very good, but for my slow playstyle, it looks like the effect on the spawn rate, as I just calm down and try to take in my surroundings, is really nice. It seems like if you're moving constantly in this level, these lizard guys, Chrono Trigger reptites, keep spawning over and over. Yeah, this game in particular is tricky. There's a lot of stuff that I'd like to know that's virtually impossible for me to discover on my own. Like some of the more obtuse NPCs, spawn conditions, stuff like the void bag, where it's like, why would I come back and try that? So if you're not sure whether something's kosher to share, just ask in the hide chat. People can talk it out with you. Yeah, you can get a free 100 SP off the bat if you click on the little currency below the channel. There's a welcome package you can click that'll give you the voting currency, the one-time redeem kind of a thing. You're also earning it while you watch, and I think you get a bonus for following, but I don't remember. I set that up like 6 years ago, and it basically doesn't matter, so. And then once you have your SP, you can type the command for the game you want to vote for. Like I said, we'll play it till we beat it. Currently working through quite a few games. I have it paused at the moment to play Terraria, but we're also doing a franchise focus right now, separate from the voting system. I would just like to play through all of the Final Fantasy, Mega Man, and Mario games, so probably later in the new year we'll get back into that. Boundary between mechanics and discovery in this game is thin. Yeah. I guess this achievement indicator is a really good way to let you know what you should be working on next. I'm glad that that's there. It kind of... I said earlier that this game is like the king of quality of life features. Stuff like quick stack to all chests. Like, you can tell that they've been working on this for close to 10 years now, you know? But I think that said, probably their biggest hurdle to get over is engagement. You don't want to lose the player because they didn't understand what to do, or they missed out on a bunch of cool content that's currently kind of hidden. I guess you run into the problem where it becomes sort of a wiki game where you're expected to be following along in the wiki to figure out what to do next, which isn't necessarily bad. Like, that's how old school RuneScape works. Lots of really cool quest content and bosses, but you're basically going to be following a guide constantly. You get some other high mastery games like that, like MMOs, and games like Path of Exile, right? Kind of a large research burden is placed on the player. It's not necessarily a bad thing. It's a trade-off thing, right? You have a certain amount of complexity in the game. The way most games would solve the problem is to just reduce that complexity instead of saying, yeah, you're gonna have to go to this external source to research stuff. Stuff like the guide having a crafting menu is really nice. I think that helps quite a bit. Yeah. It's interesting. Talk about game design a lot on this channel and like appreciating games as art. I'm more and more convinced the more games we beat that there's a lot of things in game design that are just, it's a system of trade-offs. Like, you can add this feature, but it's at the cost of this experience. And there's no way to get both. Your cool open world game can have fast travel, and it's, you know, almost to the point of being unimpeachable. Yes, you should have fast travel. No one wants to walk constantly back and forth to places they've been a million times. But there's something about not having fast travel that feels different, feels good. Like, every Dark Souls game gives you fast travel immediately except the first game. First game is the only map that I have basically memorized. That wasn't on purpose, but that's okay. Should probably deposit stuff here anyway. Probably bring the Lizard banner back down there with me later. If you have a game like old school RuneScape where the quests are so over the top and ridiculous that you basically need a guide to know what the hell to do, you can do some pretty cool stuff with quests that you couldn't do in something more conventional like World of Warcraft. Marcus is throwing a party. I don't think I've ever been in town when that's happened. Oh, did they patch free fast travel into Horizon Zero Dawn? Interesting. Did do Hollow Knight. Yeah, that game's amazing. The best Metroidvania games I've ever played, and it's the only game not made by FromSoft that feels like a Souls game. I guess from what I've played, I know that there's a lot of attempts to recreate it. They really nail that bizarre, this decaying world that you have to kind of figure out by piecemeal. All the interesting things that happened in the world happened long before you came there. Thanks, Walter. Yeah, if you want to see a list of the games I've played, the games link below the channel has full list, YouTube playlist for all of them, and indicators of whether I was blind when I played it and whether I beat it or not. Love just getting lost in Honest. Nice. Yeah, that game is gorgeous too, top of everything else. Realm Reborn maps are smaller than expansion maps. They feel bigger when you played a while because they didn't have flight. Yeah, that's part of what I mean about that system of trade-offs. I think flight is kind of bad for MMOs. I guess the MMO developers have figured that out, and they've found ways to deal with it, like not giving you flight at the start of the expansion. It's one of those things where it's like, this is in your best interest even if you don't understand it, because I know people complained about that in World of Warcraft. And I know people hate hunting for the currents in Final Fantasy XIV. I guess if you have to spend some time on the map on foot before you unlock the ability to fly, it feels better. Right, those hurt me. I gotta be careful not to jim myself here. I also probably need to make more Ichor arrows and just realize how close I am to being out. Fired up a teleporter to the bottom of this dungeon? It makes sense. I guess I'm getting enough wire from doing this, so that might not be a bad idea to start working on just to make a checkpoint, even if it's to the entrance. I like this dungeon better than the actual dungeon so far. It feels more designed. You're meant to progress through it in a specific way. I guess it's the benefit of it being linear. That's another one. I know for the longest time everyone was complaining about linearity, but there are things you can do in a linear game that you can't do in a free-form game. It's not better than the other, it's just trade-offs. I need to like not have that so close to my torches. That's what happens. I over scroll to my torches. I need to have it on my quick bar though. I've used it to save my bacon a couple times. All right, well, let's try doing this teleport thing. It doesn't sound like a terrible idea. I can do that with the grand design and 2 teleporters. That's all I should need. How much do these cost? Oh, desert pylon and hollow pylon. That's cool. 2 teleporters, 2 switches or pressure plates, and wire. Okay. Pressure plate, I kind of want to just stand on the teleporter and have it warp me. I guess the switch maybe is nice because then I can activate it. Switch, not a lever? Or they both do the same thing? That way if I just walk on it, it doesn't suddenly teleport me to the bottom. Oh, you can accidentally use a lever? Sure. Oh, they're the same thing, but they take up less space. Alright, well, I can deal with it here, but in the future, use that instead. I see. Makes sense. Thanks. Yeah, I don't mind the ether currents in principle. I think I prefer World of Warcraft's approach, even though people hate it. WoW is you have to do like every single quest in the entire expansion to get flying. So you don't get flying until you're already done with the area and don't need it anymore. And that's how busted I think flying is for MMOs. So let's try to set this up here. Teleporter. You have a little lever next to it. Oh, you can put it on the wall. That's cool. Nice. Oh shit, traveling merchant's here. I gotta go see if he has a new item. I know I just got here. Sitting ducks fishing pole. Extendo grip, which I think I already have, but just out of caution. Star Princess crown. Oh, it's Rosalina. It's cute. 1 platinum for a celestial wand. Did his inventory change after Plantera or something? I don't think I've seen any of those items. Other than the extendo grip, maybe. I guess I didn't have one. Okay, well, I'm glad I grabbed it. I need one more then. Oh, that's kind of cool. So you can warp up to the top immediately instead of having to jump and fly up there. They're all pretty rare rolls. It's too bad I don't have the money to get all of it. Okay, so we right click, but I have to be far enough away. So do I want 2 different color? I want 1 color of wire for the switch and 1 color of wire to connect the 2 teleporters? Is that how it works? Fishing rod's great. Same color. Okay. No, it's just as I go through the dungeon, I need to keep extending that wire with me, right? So maybe I could make it a color that doesn't match any of the traps in the dungeon, but... I forgot to buy arrows, oops. But once I have the teleporter, I should be able to do it without too much trouble. All the switches and teleporters need to be wired together on the same network. Okay. Makes sense, thanks. An alternate rocket helmet might be worth it at some point. Ouch. Straight line means less wire used, right? Makes sense. Well, I have enough to make two, so... I guess enemies die fast enough regardless. I'm nervous investing in rockets if they can kill me if I'm not careful. Just be careful. No problem. That's all you gotta do. Oops. Forgot I still had some on the ground. Yikes. Man, so you can really go hard on solar eclipses once you do this place, it looks like. Scatter the banners, you'll get plenty. Makes sense. I do miss that clarified armor bonus where it would just shoot things occasionally. Yeah, I figured. Doesn't cost anything to pick it up and move it, right? Walter says, nervous that I'm gonna warp out by mistake for the third time. Yeah, I do. Oops. Just click as far away from me as possible. auto places the torches around. Smart curse is another huge quality of life improvement from when I last played. Wait, you're not talking about smart cursor? Whoops. Talking about holding shift, does that let you actually place the torches? Yeah, that's pretty nice. I'll see if I can get used to it, but you're right, it's kind of a muscle memory thing at this point. I do have a mouse button that's shift already for other games, so that might help it being easy to get used to. I'll always just try to use the first torch in my list. Save me a hotbar slot. Yeah, it's starting to matter more now. Now that I've got the rocket launcher and the rainbow gun. I will try to teach myself that mouse 4 is the torch button. Oops. Just the bottom floor, kind of looks like it. Boss is coming when you start party time over. Oh, I need to switch. Yeah, I thought the cut and place selections were saved separately. That's why I was confused. Glow sticks. There's a lot of traps in that room. I see. This is like the perfect set for managing wires in here. There's so many jungle bats in this room. Jeez. Alright, that looks pretty final room-ish, so I'm gonna try to finish getting my teleporter hooked up here. Oh shit, I need to get my wire back. Whoops. So I gotta preserve that when it's in my inventory. Okay. Direction you're facing impacts the way it bends. Kind of like chair placements. Oh yeah. Lever, right? Blind? Where did I put it? Sorry, 1 second. Where'd my second lever go? Did bring and buy 2 of them, didn't I? Did I accidentally place 2 up top? Didn't have to come all the way back down? Maybe. Try that. Hold on. There's a Lizard banner and wooden spikes in there. I'm almost positive I brought one. Okay, so I can bring one back, basically. I think it looks like it's set up. Because before I warp out, does that look good to everybody? That's gonna work. So you can't see on the map, can you? Okay, cool. I'm gonna make some more arrows here soon. I guess I could use my excess chlorophyte for that. And that's just anvil plus regular arrows plus chlorophyte. Chlorophyte arrow. Bounces back after hitting a wall. Seems pretty useful. Oh, you don't need regular arrows at all? Okay. Works for me. It's not too bad. That's pretty sweet. I'm a fan. Alright, so arrows are one thing I wanted to bring. I wanted to bring some more potions too. Swiftness, iron skin. And let's bring a Christmas cookie. That's probably as good as it's gonna get. You summon a boss in there with a red potion or something. Definitely have a lever. I guess I really only need it to be one way, but maybe it would be nice if I go there accidentally. That's pretty cool. I dig it. Nice. Okay. Awesome. It's already kind of set up to be an arena. That's pretty great. I'm a fan. Let's get rid of these fucking spikes, though. Seems bad. I really like the rainbow as a leave me alone thing to shoot behind me while I'm doing stuff. Yeah, I guess I want it to be flat down here regardless, so. It's as flat as I'm gonna get. Lazard table. Oh, sure. Seen that before. Okay, we build some. This looks like a boss arena. I don't know that for sure, but it's my guess of what's going to happen here. The whole defeat the golem thing. That'd be cool. The lizards give me big Chrono Trigger Reptite vibes. I don't know if that's what the team was going for. I know they're very inspired by Final Fantasy and the character design. I think that's part of what draws me so much to the look of this game. I think you can probably find screenshots of it way back in the day when it was still using placeholder Final Fantasy V sprites. NPC from building a house in the jungle? Oh, okay. Cool. So surface mushroom and jungle and that's it? So if I can't remove the walls, but if I did, that would reduce the number of other enemies in here. I could still try to bring a peace torch in here to reduce the mob spawns. 1 second. Okay. Good job, past me. I'm like, where the fuck did I put it? I guess that makes sense, kind of. I think if there's anything else I want to bring to prep here. That might be it. You know, do I need those Lizard power cells? Because I don't have them on me. I don't know where I put them. Try to figure it out real quick. Maybe I dropped them. Seems like that was more important than all the other garbage. Solar tablets, chair, chest, furnace. Huh. I do need them? Okay. Just kind of seemed like something they'd want, since the rest of it was just nonsense, tables and stuff. Oh, I really gotta reserve those potions. Shoot. Traveling merchant. Let's see what his deal is, and I gotta go find where I put all those power cells. Might be in my piggy bank, maybe? Yup, there they are. Furnace, chest. Maybe not, actually. I don't see them. This chest. It's a lot of solar tablet fragments. Jeez. Oh, there they are. 20. Okay. Cool, 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 cool. So I don't need this guy anymore. Still useful. Oh, that's kind of cool. If you have different colored wires, basically. Yeah, I dig that. All right, let's go see how this golem thing works. Use at the Lizard altar. Yeah. Like, I'm guessing that's the Lizard altar. Probably don't need the fishing pole on me. At least if I die, I can get back in there pretty easily. Were enemies dropping this, or is this only in chests? Is this a renewable resource? Oh god! Okay. You just right-click it and it puts it in there. I don't know what I was expecting. Pretty cool looking boss. Cute little guy. Didn't actually end up placing the thing. The pink thing, I mean. Shit. He gets pretty fast. Oh god, his head is separated now. That's cool. Is it just his head that takes damage here? Oh, I'm super dead, aren't I? No! Whew. It's cutting it close. Beetle Husk. Angry Eye of the Golem. It's a cool fight. Picksaw. Capable of mining lizard bricks. Nice. Increased critical strike chance. Oh, wow. Seems pretty significant. Beetle Husk. Greater healing potion. So the picksaw isn't as good as the digging claw, but it's good for mining through this building, basically. Oh, it's still pretty good. Fist gets super aggro if left alive until the head detaches. I see. mine everything in the game. It's cool. Whereas the Shroom Claw can't do these bricks, as we already know. Alright, well this gives me something to do off stream. I'm gonna continue my tunnel so it goes straight through the temple. Probably move my teleporter down too, so it's right here. Oh, we're getting close to the end then. Not too many bosses left, it sounds like. Oh, the range on this thing is nuts too. The auto mine wants to go pretty high. Slow down to do all of the optional bosses. I'm just gonna dig through to this first entrance, then I'm gonna bail. Just beat Golem. Optional hard mode, I've done Queen Slime. I think that's about it, right? And I did all of the optional pre-hard mode bosses, right? Guess that's kind of a problem that I should deal with. Just close that off. It's fine. Okie dokie. Have this be our Lizard chest. I'll go ahead and move it. Though there are literal Lizard chests. Let's just use them instead. I'm wondering if I should replace my regen with that. It seems pretty good. Well, the potion cooldown change is nice. Combines with other accessories, right? Notice the Lizard bricks are brown. Does the temple have different colors in different worlds or something? How many power cells did it require to summon the boss there? Oh, the Drunk Seed paints the temple. Normally it's brown. Interesting. That's not bad. So you can farm the golem pretty effectively. Forgot to have a rainbow up for that whole fight. That probably would have made things easier. Kind of don't like having him so far away, because I could always move him back. Avenger Emblem, Eye of the Golem. Avenger Emblem. Turtle Helmet, Beetle Husk. Oh, this is an upgrade to the turtle gear? It's like really good. It's like a melee tank gear. Okay. Enemies are more likely to target you. That seems cool. Beetle wings. Assume those aren't particularly good. They're not better than my pixie wings. Beetle gear is the best melee damage gear I can make. Okay. Do I have optional bosses that are available to me right now? I guess I could do the solar eclipse. It would probably be good to do that before stream wraps, so that if one happens off stream, I can just do it instead of hiding underground the whole time while I'm doing tunnel maintenance and that kind of a thing. Beetle wings are an upgrade. Can I do Eclipse in any time? Or does it have to be a certain time of day? Morning, I would assume. .30 for maximum duration. Okay, thanks. Oh, yeah, that's why I'm having problems. Okay. Should probably make a mud block chest next episode. I'll do a lot of maintenance between stream here. Beetle wings let you fly 150% higher. Is there a better wings that I can get? Because it seems like I could probably build the beetle set, because it would be nice to have a melee set at some point, but it seems like the momentum of doing ranged is going to be hard to lose. 15% increase of horizontal max speed. I don't think I have too much else to spend them on. Yeah, let's do it. Why not? I can have some emergency wings in my death chest. Definitely get rid of this umbrella. It's pretty good. It looks cool too. Sure, my wings for the steampunker are pretty good. Or steampunk wings, I mean. Oh, hey, another one of these. Oh, fledgling wings. So this is how you're meant to get an early pair of wings. Is that the one that journey mode gives you? People mentioned you get some crappy wings in journey mode. Probably should go back to carrying the whip with me. It's pretty nice for some of these things. Probably use that instead of the torches. I guess pre-hard mode, your intended way to find the floating islands is probably gravity potions. Yeah. Oh, and or use sky ropes. That makes sense. Oh, I think this is when I was considering, like, building a dart trap to harvest them, but I don't think it works with planter boxes. Really like that UI. It's very clean looking. Meteor shots are good. Oh, because you bounce them up, and if they bounce back down, it's clever. I didn't think about doing that. Try to see if there's something productive I can do while I wait for morning here. It's not like digging a tunnel or something. I guess I kind of want to see what it's like to have the mining gear plus a mining potion. Plus these gloves. Yeah, that's nice to know. See how many wires you have on you. Just have the one, but I probably have enough resources to make more now. guess I could get started on a second horizontal thing here. Let's see. Problem is, so many areas that are like... When I dig down somewhere, I do that anyway. I kind of want to turn all of these shafts into elevators. Just go pick one. Need to catch a truffle worm with a bug net in the mushroom biome. Huh. Is it just a worm that's walking around in that biome? Check for that in a second. I'm gonna pick one of these little tunnels to dig a bit here. To that one that's in a granite biome, which I haven't explored too much. I assume this armor set's pretty good for digging straight down since you're technically not moving. Well, actually, I'm curious how that affects your stealth. Oh, there's a dash accessory? That sounds cool. Right, I actually have to equip it. Use it. Plus mining potion. That is the greatest thing ever. Oh my god. Wow, and I did all of my tunnel building. I'm like, yeah, I'm probably close to max mining speed. What the fuck? That's fucking funny. Jesus. I don't know what I was expecting. I was not expecting that. Holy shit. Does this stack too? There's an accessory that increases mining speed. I guess it probably can't get faster than this, right? This is like once per frame or something ridiculous? This has to be the limit. I guess if I use the accessory, I wouldn't have to drop my defense solo by having the mining set on, which is probably pretty dangerous. Okay, well, I'm glad I got to see that. That was pretty awesome. Kind of hilarious. Once per frame. Okay. Yeah, that's... Mwah. Excellent job, Team Terraria. That was wonderful. Okay, you said there might be something that's worth farming. Oh, we're getting pretty close to 4:30 in the morning for the solar eclipse. How long is a day in real time? Does anyone know? I need to cut the VOD before it gets to 6 hours. I've got about 30 minutes left, so I think we'll probably be okay. I don't think it's 30 minutes. Yeah, that was delightful. It's the best word to use to describe max binding speed. 15 minutes. Right, thanks. Both day and night is 24 minutes. Okay. Thanks. That'll give me enough time before I have to cut the VOD. Here we go. Summon a solar eclipse. Okay, so that one guy looks like the creature from the Black Lagoon. Oh, is it like, old Universal monsters? Oh, and also some other horror movie things. That guy's like the Fly, it looks like. Swamp Thing. It's pretty cool. Saw Bela Lugosi Dracula. It's pretty sweet. Oh god! Mothron. Looks like Igor, maybe? Oh, Jason, looks like. I saw the pig face was Texas Chainsaw Massacre, right? Warding Neptune shell. What the hell is that? Transforms the holder into a merfolk when entering water. Make you swim really fast or something? Oh yeah, stand in the rainbow. Do that more. Keen the Eye of Cthulhu. Which is different from the boss. Looks like it's a yo-yo? It's pretty funny. This laughing noise is funny. Permanent. Oh, it's water breathing. That would be nice. Psycho knife. I like the look of the solar eclipse in the background. When was this added? Is this pretty recent? Assume this is hard mode only. It's pretty crazy. Oh, is that Pinhead? Hi, Cthulhu Yo-Yo. Death Sickle. That's cool. I'm just getting all kinds of drops. I usually don't get drops during these invasions. Lucky to get one. Who the fuck is lasering me? Was it the merchant trying to defend himself, basically? It's been around for a while. Hi, Cthulhu. So the moth boss is like the mini boss, I guess. Enemy called an Cyclops. Okay. Oh, Izor. Cyborg sells Eclipse only ammo. Let's go check that out real quick. Oh god. Don't like enemies that can phase through walls. They're not my favorite. Stop it. That's enough. Is it Rocket 4? Metering eclipses? Oh, that's pretty expensive. Alright, well I've got a stack of it if I need it for bosses. I don't think it would have gotten too much cheaper. Short of moving him to the snow, right? Sorry, Steampunker. My bad. Shouldn't even brought them over here. Oh, Rocket 4, it breaks things? That's cool. It can't be faster than the shroom thing with all of the upgrades though, right? That was nuts. Bloodstained pants and apron. I guess if you just wanted to like fly in the air and just launch shit into a straight down shaft, you could do that pretty easily, right? Possess. It's like a thing from the ring. Oh, if you have a fast rocket launcher. That'd be cool to do quick elevators. Oh, you're saying the claw is probably faster for elevators. Okay, makes sense. Excuse me. Merchant was slain. Sorry, buddy. I'll look through all this loot once this is done. Butcher's chainsaw. Do they all have a drop? Like a unique drop? Mine out large chambers underground super fast. Sure. Shit. Okay, so it looks like it almost always drops the Eye of Cthulhu. Gotcha. Good for chopping trees fast. It's cool. Mothburn is a pool of 4 drops, which I've only seen 2. Okay. This is pretty awesome. Now if this happens off stream, I'll just do it really quick. Get a bunch of money, I guess. Oh shit, well, that's bad. Finally happens. Sorry, I didn't realize I was muted. Dr. Manfly's coat. Oh, that's cool. My pants go, though. I thought I picked them up. It's not. No! Oh god, I've done that before. Don't fall in the lava! Stuff probably went in the void bag. Yeah, it looks like that's the problem. Butcher's pants. Here's my leggings. There's the rainbow gun. Broken hero sword. It seems cool. Don't have my healing potions on me. Should probably fix that real quick. Rainbow gun somewhere. Nailhead has a lot of health. Ends at like 8:30, is that right? Just a deposit of the rainbow gun somewhere. Oh, it is, thank you. 7:30. Oh, this is the problem. That's why everything's dying more slowly. Yeah, it's that. Now, if you play on not medium core, do you just not get your coins back when you die? Or does it delete part of your coins, or is that based on the world setting, how much of your coins gets destroyed? Hey, we did it. So I already got the achievement accidentally from just waiting underground and not fighting. You just drop them and you can get them all back. You don't... It doesn't, like, destroy some of them, is what I was thinking would happen. Chainsaw, Eye of Cthulhu. Some of these are, like, crafting items, right? The Broken Hero Sword is something I can make into something later. Let's see. Psycho Knife, insanely fast speed. Okay, so that's comparable to the claws I got. 340 melee damage allows you to go into stealth mode. What? It's nuts. Eye of Cthulhu. I like how there's not a lot you can do to make a yo-yo look awesome, other than to have a bunch of counterweights and stuff. Death Sickle, melee damage. Ah, yeah. So I got a Frost Sickle earlier, and I'm like, I wonder if this is meant to evoke Castlevania, but There's your Castlevania death attack. Very cool. Vanity Butcher set, Vanity Lab Coat. Turn into a merfolk in water. I kind of want to try that. Chainsaw. Oh, that's pretty cool looking. Right on. Hero sword needs to be repaired. You go talk to the guide. The yo-yo looks awesome if you have the yo-yo pack. Where's my hook? Oh, I might have it. It might be auto-deposited because I had 2 of them. Tendon hook. There it is. I thought I still had a second one, but... Oh, there it is. Limited hook. The sparks the chainsaw flings when you hit an enemy are damaging projectiles, which are stupidly good against large enemies. That's cool. I'm curious how they make the late game bosses difficult. I trust that they're going to be able to do it, but this game seems all about giving you crazy, nutty abilities that seem broken. I guess it's like going from pre-hard mode to hard mode, right? Yeah, it's pretty fast for trees. Whoops, I didn't mean to destroy that block. Doesn't look like it screws up the biome. Just remember for next time. Can you not, dude? Thank you. Crafting. Broken hero sword. Whoa. True Knight's Edge, True Excalibur, Broken Hero Sword, or the Terra Toilet. Seriously? This is what you use the Broken Hero Sword for? Terra Blade. Knight's Edge, Excalibur. It's pretty funny that they allow that. So is that making like some kind of, working towards making some kind of ultimate sword that's a combination of all the other swords up to that point? It's pretty awesome. I had a lot of chest organization to do. We got a lot of crazy shit this episode. Actually, I probably want that. This chest. Oh, I'm gonna try out the Neptune shell and then we'll call it for today. I want somewhere where I can exit safely. I already drained that water. I'll just dig it out. I can always repaint it later. Is there anything that makes painting blocks less of a hassle if you have to remove them? Like, as far as I could tell, there's no improvements to painting in general. At least not that I had access to. Does it not work with this armor set? Transforms the holder into merfolk when entering water. Or otherwise, best pre-hard mode swords. Make that into True Knight's Edge with mech boss souls. Make Excalibur from hallowed bars and upgrade that with chlorophyte. Okay. Guess I'll try going to the ocean, maybe. I have 7 minutes left on the VOD before I have to cut it short so that it's editable. one of the best pre-hard mode swords. It's probably the Broken Miramasa from the dungeon. Oh, it's... okay, thanks. It doesn't actually. Mine, I'll show you. Where is it? Somebody said that before too. So stopwatch rate. 51 miles per hour. Unicorn 61. Minecart 51. Is the bee minecart faster? I thought it was just... I thought most of the minecarts were just vanity. Oh, shit, thank you. Good tip. I didn't realize I already had one that had a function to it. I thought they were all vanity. Okay, that's good to know, thank you. Feel better about building this minecart track. It's mostly just for dying, or it was previously mostly just for when I died. Any minecart in the slot is faster. Oh, I didn't know that. Okay. Cool, thank you. Just gonna check out this merfolk form, swim around for a bit. But if you had an iron minecart, did they add eventually the ability to just use tracks without having a minecart equipped? That's pretty cool. So you just can swim, have full mobility, and no breath meter when you're in the water as a merfolk. That's pretty sweet. Okay, cool. Well, thanks folks for watching. That was fun. Let you guys know what's coming up as far as... oh, solar eclipse is happening. Okay, well, can do that. I can do that off stream. I'm probably going to do a bunch of modification on my tunnel, take care of the NPC happiness problem, and then I'll do a tour of it next episode like we did this week. Thanks, folks.